Hello, good morning. My name is Anne Marie McCaskill Davis. I'm the Cultural Funding Specialist Senior with the City of Austin's Cultural Arts Division. We are here on September 5th with the Thrive Elevate panel. This is the fifth panel of our Thrive Elevate panel review sessions. We have our panelists here today, as well as Sir Ruby, who is our facilitator. So I'm going to go through some of the instructions the panelists were given earlier today and actually earlier in the process prior to receiving applications to review. All panelists have reviewed applications. They have scored them all and provided they have provided draft comments and scores. They will have the ability to change those scores today during this session, and they will be finalized. We'll provide 10 minutes per application maximum. I will be monitoring the timing on those. We'll stop the recording if we have any technical issues, as well as the timer. Once those issues are resolved, we'll go ahead and start back up where we stopped. We've instructed panelists not to repeat any comments unless they're really wanting to reiterate something that another panelist said. Just to ensure that all panelists have an opportunity to provide comments if they so choose. Panelists are not scoring on consensus. Panelists may have divergent opinions on scoring, and that is completely allowed. Panelists will not be announcing a numeric score when reviewing. They will be providing overall application comments. Their comments should align with the review criteria, which was set out in the scoring rubric, which has been available since the program launch on our website. They should not be including or taking into account information that is not aligned with the scoring rubric. So things like financial need or geographic area are not scoring rubric criteria. We've also asked panelists to look beyond grantsmanship. They may provide comments about it being difficult to find information, but we've asked them to minimize that consideration when scoring. They are allowed to include firsthand experience, as well as review websites of the applicants, although that was not a requirement of reviewing. What else? If a panelist has a conflict of interest, they are required to turn their screen off, turn off their mic while we're reviewing that particular application. And then we'll be invited back to return to the dais for future discussion of the next application once scores have been finalized for that application. This panel does not have any applications that have a conflict. That covers everything. One thing I do want to note is that all applications have been assigned a primary and secondary. That does not mean that those are the only two people who have reviewed these applications. Panelists have reviewed thoroughly every application assigned today. We've just assigned a primary and secondaries as a way to facilitate the day's discussion. The primary essentially is going to be presenting the application first. So they are prepared with a quick summary of what who the application is or applicant is and what they're applying to use the funds for. And then they'll provide their comments. And then the secondary is to provide an opportunity to ensure someone else may have additional comments to include along with the primary. And then we'll invite the rest of the panel to share their comments. Okay. So let's go ahead and start today's panel. We'll go on to our first application up for review. Let me get my timer ready. We have 10 minutes on the clock. So Anna, you are going to be the primary for the Vietnamese American Community of Austin or Austin, Texas, or VCAT. Q is the secondary. So Anna, whenever you begin speaking, I will start the timer.
Okay. We're looking at the application for VCAT. I saw that VCAT had a strong track record of serving their key constituencies, being the Vietnamese American community in Austin, demonstrating a commitment to the cultural preservation, community engagement, and advocacy for their group. Their comprehensive approach, which includes cultural events, education programs, and social services, effectively addresses the unique challenges faced by Vietnamese Americans and other marginalized Asian groups in Austin. With a clear vision, I think they did a fantastic job, and they're very well positioned to continue to make a positive impact on the community in Austin. I'm also very excited to go to their festival. So I think that they had a solid commitment to serving their key constituencies, so Vietnamese Americans in Austin in a lot of different ways. And I scored super high for almost everything. One thing that I was not super clear about, and because I am not Vietnamese myself, for the second section about how their service to key constituents is and what the historical record of that is, I gave it like a, I guess, medium high score because I wasn't sure if Vietnamese Americans in Austin were subject to immediate erasure of their culture. And that's one thing I couldn't comment on. Another, the planned activities were fantastic. I also saw, I mean, because it is the Vietnamese community, they had non-English programming, which was great. And I believe that there was only one section at all that I had any issue with. And it was the disability accommodations section. And while hosting activities in an ADA accessible facility is a positive step, it does not constitute specialized accommodations for individuals with disabilities. To receive a higher score, and this was a very low score, it would be necessary to describe specific services or adaptations that go beyond basic accessibility requirements. This could include partnering with trained professionals or organizations like Spark, providing assistive technology, or offering specialized programming to meet the needs of individuals with diverse abilities. But other than that, just because there wasn't an answer there, I would love to see that included. But you guys did great. Again, this showed up in the budget section as well. And but it is very well structured, and I think you did a phenomenal job. Okay. And then I guess the secondary. Do I have to say anything else? Cool.
Okay. I agree with pretty much everything that Anne said about the applicant. I really enjoy reading the application, especially as a first generation Vietnamese American myself. I concur. I think but in terms of accessibility and also from an equity standpoint, there are a lot of Vietnamese, especially those who served in the war, you know, like those who might be suffering from like ASL or the disabilities. I would really like to encourage the applicant to step up on their accommodations, you know, for these folks so they can join in. Another thing I do want to add is in terms of intersectionality, I really commend that the applicant consider, you know, intersectionality in terms of other Asian culture. I would also like to encourage them to explore how their program can really kind of help integrate, you know, like Vietnamese culture into contemporary American culture, especially with a new generation, maybe biracial Vietnamese American, how Vietnamese identities and communities intersect with other communities, such as the LGBTQ community, within the Vietnamese Asian community and outside, other BIPOC communities with immigrant background as well, like Hispanic, Blacks. So those would be kind of my notes. But otherwise, I really enjoyed this application. I think that this organization is providing a great service to the community.
Thank you both. Can I invite other panelists to offer any feedback?
I would echo what has already been said. I just would like to add some feedback regarding one of the things I would like to have seen is with the budget, more money potentially spent on equitable amounts for the artists and the admin, unless there was a significant amount spent on marketing. And so putting that maybe into the individuals doing the work and the service is one of the things that I would like to have seen. And again, to echo the accessibility services.
Thank you. No pressure to say anything, but if you have something you'd like to share, Michael, please do. Otherwise, we have a few minutes for folks to.
I think that the summary and notes that have been offered are comprehensive, and I don't have anything to contribute other than to say great job.
Excellent. So it looks like then we have a few minutes for folks to adjust scores, write notes, whatever they would like. Am I right?
That's right. Yep.
I'm
So
ready. Okay.
yes,
Just double
go
check.
ahead and finalize your scores. If you'll just give me a thumbs up when you're all set and ready to move on to the next application. Great. We'll give Michael one more minute to wrap up thoughts and scores. And while we're waiting for him to finalize his scores for that application, we can prepare to move on to the next one, which will be lifelong learning with friends. Right. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and move on to the perfect. Lifelong learning with friends. Q is our primary and Michael is our secondary. The timer is ready to go. So Q, when you begin speaking, I'll start the timer.
Okay, so I am reviewing Lifelong Learning with Friends application. They're an organization that provides educational services for adults with mental and learning disabilities. And they are seeking support for their programming, especially they would like to provide low-cost drop-in classes for tourists and Austin residents with or without learning disabilities, which I think is a great idea because it will promote, like more it will provide us all, like knowledge and about, folks that we might interact with or be able to better support, like their family as well. And I really think this is a very great application. I would like the applicant to consider be more specific on some of the details that I've noted in my comments. I also, as someone who worked in special eds and also an educator, I would like to see increased wages for instructors as well as more in terms of capacity building for how to make the learning experience great, not only for the students, but also for the instructors, for all of those who are involved, as well as more measurable benchmarks in terms of their capacity building goals. But otherwise, this is again, another great application, which I had the pleasure to review. Yeah, that's my note.
I agree with everything that Q shared in terms of the summation and the excitement around this particular application. It really does seem to build towards the goals of the Elevate and Thrive program in a wonderful way. I was particularly impressed with the efforts made by the organization to diversify their activities and the individuals that they have served since their founding. In the application, they acknowledged that they started off serving predominantly affluent white families, and then over the course of time have really intentionally diversified the communities that they serve in an explicit way, which I thought was admirable. And I thought that while the organization explicitly serves individuals with disabilities, that the application did not provide a super clear plan on how it would provide services from trained professionals for individuals with disabilities outside of its key constituency group. So considering how they might continue to serve individuals who have other types of physical disabilities that might need accommodations. But other than that, I thought it was a really wonderful application.
Thank you both. Can I invite the other panelists to provide any feedback?
I agree, great application. Just would provide feedback on there was no information in the budget related to translation services. And so being clear about that.
Yeah, I second that as well. I see that there is some efforts that, but no clear plan for implementation. I think they mentioned it in the intersectionality component. And so that would be great, but great application.
Just to be more specific, Anna, did you mean efforts in the direction of interpretation into another language? Okay.
Yeah, I found translation efforts actually in the intersectionality section instead of in the language accessibility section.
Okay, so it would have been beneficial for them to emphasize that in the language
Absolutely.
section. Great, thank you. Any last thoughts on this? You have opportunity to revise scores, add notes, or highlight notes if something sparked your mind just from this discussion. I really appreciate the way y'all are thinking about across the board about accessibility. These are great examples.
Just give me a thumbs up when you're ready to go to the next application. Okay. Okay, let's go to the next application. KDH Dance Company. Dr. Reevy will be the primary and Q will be the secondary. The timer is all ready. So Dr. Reevy, whenever you begin speaking, I'll start the timer.
KDH Dance Company is a company focused on serving dancers with disabilities and older age individuals. The grant application focuses on several activities. Some of the ones that stuck out the most were the 4 public dance classes that will be held weekly at different times at Cafe Dance. And the importance of that is that it is a dance studio that is accessible and able to accommodate individuals with disabilities and older individuals. Also, a part of the grant is requesting funds to go towards mixed disability dance classes on Saturdays, and that will end with public performances that convert into a black box theater. And then the hosting the Austin Dance Festival. And overall, their goal is to provide consistent, accessible community events within the dance community with an emphasis on those with disability and older age individuals. And so some of the things that really stuck out to me the most were that all of the artists are paid equitable wages. Teachers are paid equitable wages. The leadership reflects the audience that has been served. Majority of the leadership have lived experiences. And the organization, again, overall focuses on providing services to older individuals, dancers, as this is often a group that is excluded from programming and organizations. And so some of the feedback that I have is from the documents related to the mission of serving those with disabilities and older individuals. It wasn't clear if this was always the mission or if it became the mission over time. And so just being clear about what the goals are, aligning with the grant. And then some of the questions are what accommodations are being made for individuals with sensory and non-visible disabilities. And so going through and finding information about that. And then outside of Spanish, additional language accommodations, because there is a mention of Spanish. However, that is the only non-English speaking language mentioned. And then lastly, what regarding the dance festival, information about specific ways that equity is included in the implementation and creation of the festival, and does that include and then how is the community included in the planning process of that? However, overall, I would feel like this was a great application and focuses on a population that is at risk of erasure.
So I agree with everything that Dr. Erica said. I also really think that I didn't really get the sense of the disability, the disabled community and the Asian community to be the founding mission of the organization as well. It seems that they have decided to focus on those groups for this particular application, which is what they stated. So I encourage, in terms of the documentation, to be able to kind of illustrate those and include the examples for us. I really enjoy the programming that they're offering as well. So overall, like I really think the company has a lot of potential. I think for me also in leadership, and I admire that the applicant was very honest in the transition of leadership. So for that, I just really want to commend them to be transparent and honest. But yeah, overall, those are my thoughts on the applicants.
And before we go on to other panelists' comments, I just want to provide a point of clarification for the accessibility question. It's not a requirement that the applicants attempt to serve all community members who have disabilities, because that's such a very large and wide group of all kinds of potential services that would need to be provided or could be offered. So we invite applicants to focus on one, to really fully serve those as deeply and as meaningfully and inclusively as possible. So it's okay if there's only one particular community in reviewing the accessibility question that an organization may serve or indicate that they're serving more deeply.
Great, thank you. Michael or Anna, any feedback?
I suppose I have a question about the definition of cultural erasure and displacement, because I think what I heard some of the panelists say was that they felt like this organization was serving communities that were at immediate risk of cultural erasure and displacement, and I didn't necessarily feel that way when I was evaluating the application. So if someone could provide some greater clarity for me around what in the application led you to that determination.
So for me, it was specifically the disability piece. But now I now have a clarification question too, because to my point of it being more inclusive, I said that because they are speaking to the organization was speaking to the disability community as a whole. And so for me, that was the piece. But if it's only because the organization was speaking into it as a whole, for me, what I hear when I see that is that you then do have to be intentional about not selecting just one. If you're saying that you are reaching the disability community, then your services need to be accessible to all within the disability community and not just one. And so compared to the other applicants, that was what I was looking at when I was speaking to the erasure part. But now I guess some processing maybe could happen, because if the idea is that they only have to meet one, is that the same though if they're saying generally their services are for the disability community?
Well, in Austin, I feel when we talk about communities at risk of erasure, displacement, we are thinking of it in a historical sense. However, and so that sets us up for, you know, when we think of like Eastern Crescent or Black and Latinx families that are at risk of displacement. So, but that's like a very specific way that we can think about risk of erasure. There's cultural erasure has many layers, you know, there's the historical piece. I don't have to explain this to you, but that reality, I appreciate you, Dr. Reevy, for naming that within the disability community, there's the potential for erasure of certain racial communities that might be minoritized, or you know, any number of ways, any like many axes of difference that exist, right? So, you know, this is up to you as panelists, how you want to sort of determine like where you put the weight. But you are right, Michael, in naming that big picture. When we think about the city of Austin, we are referring broadly to historically marginalized communities. Yes, we have 2 minutes. Thank you. But it's worth this discussion. Like, how do we want to, what kind of point do we want to put on it?
That's my piece, is the intersectionality. When I was thinking of it, I was thinking of the specific groups that fall within the disability community who are at risk of erasure. Is how I was looking at that piece, and not just each individual group.
I think I actually also I actually think I put for the first and second question, I was approaching the organization of providing service to a marginalized community and not a community at risk of cultural erasures. And I think you all brought up a really good point, and I was thinking about that too in terms of my thing is with equity. I really wish the applicant would address more about like the financial equity of being able to be a member, you know, is there membership fees, you know, and then especially with seniors as well, who usually have lower income. You know, how can they access things like I think transportations, you know, these kind of services I really think would really help bolster their program in terms of their accessibility, intersectionality, and equity.
Excellent.
One thing I wasn't clear about, and I would love delineation in the future. So for the proposed activity, section 4, it wasn't clear who makes up the performers in the event proposed at the ground floor theater. I wasn't sure if it was funneled from the class and representative of individuals who have disabilities, or was it simply instructors who weren't key constituents.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're at time, so please finalize your scores. And then give me a thumbs up when you're ready. Okay, we'll move on to the next application. Fistera Projects. Michael is the primary and Dr. Reevy is the secondary. Let's see, check the timer. Okay, Michael, whenever you begin speaking, I'll start the timer.
Vistera Projects is requesting $150,000 to support a variety of public projects that they have planned for the next year, including storytelling workshops, the annual Rest Fest at the Carver Museum, art classes, dance workshops, and collaborations with the Texas School for the Blind and Visually Impaired, and the Other Ones Foundation. Half of the applicants' requested funding would go to artist payments, with an additional $47,000 going to administrative staff. The application to me was both clear and direct in its approach about answering questions about their viability for the two grants. And they have a lot of broad programming that addresses various constituencies, including the key ones identified by Elevate and Thrive. Their leadership of those specific programs has lived experience directly related to those key constituency groups, such as their board of directors, which is 100% BIPOC and women identified led, and a director of unhoused artist programs who transitioned out of 13 years of homelessness. I think this application is phenomenal. I was really impressed with it. I did think that it would have benefited from a stronger understanding of what the grant means by intersectionality and how it appears as a driving force behind Vistera's work. I think that impetus is there, but it was the only part of the application that I felt was a little bit fuzzy in terms of understanding what the city was referring to and in terms of how it influences and motivates them. Their language accessibility and accessibility plans were specific and involves professionals. They do work in multiple languages, and their marketing and financial responses painted a picture of an organization that understands its role in the cultural climate of Central Texas and is looking to solidify their institutional status through a clear set of measurable goals. So I thought it was a really strong application, and just great work.
Thank you, Michael.
I would agree. Oh, I'm sorry. So
No, I was going to call your name.
Oh, I'm sorry. So I enjoy just reading about the personal and social well-being connection to the arts. I do feel like it was a very inclusive and equitable grant application. They had a very clear plan for the ADA accommodations, as Michael said. One of the things I did, and not that it's a requirement, but one of the things that I did note that I would just like to see, they did mention reaching out to local assisted living facilities as one expanded ADA, but a little more information about other additional, because of all of the activities that they have, saying that they will offer. So just other accommodations would have been nice to see. And then in terms of just listed with the budget, again, not necessarily a requirement, but when you're thinking through providing the service, I would have liked to seen a little more to go towards accessibility and language services, since based on their narrative, they're having multiple projects. And so to make sure that it's fully inclusive and that there is funding for a stretch of all of those projects, having the budget to reflect that. But overall, great project.
Excellent. Other feedback and our cue. And remember, dissenting feedback is welcome. We want to air all our thoughts.
Dr. Erica absolutely nailed it right on the head and said everything that I would need to say. Thank you.
+1. Okay.
I think one of the notes I would have is if I really like that the applicant's very clear and provide all these bullet points for us to read through. I actually wonder, I think that part of me wished to hear more of a narrative, because it was a little bit harder for me to piece together, like all the different bullet points. So I think I feel like some of the questions, some of the responses could be even clearer, and give put all of those points together in a narrative, because sometimes it was a bit harder for me to kind of be able to just give an overall view, get an overall view of the organization, because there's so many pieces. So I think having a narrative and focus on some key points would really help us in terms of linking all the responses together and form a very comprehensive picture of what the organization is about and how do they operate and what are they proposing.
I do have a question, and perhaps I missed this due to the bullets because I did try to go back. So if anybody did see it, what I did also notate was just not a clear plan on how non-English speaking individuals and tourists will be reached. And so I was looking through it again to make sure I did not miss that in case I did. And so if anybody maybe saw that in another area, I would definitely love feedback on that.
Anyone?
I actually want to add to the question a little bit, because I know that, like ASL, for example, is, they mention ASL, translation or interpreting. And, I wonder because ASL could be interpreted or included in both sections, so I wonder, how do we score that? Does that mean if they include in the other accessibility section and not the language, then we give them point for the other accessibility, but not for the language accessibility?
No,
So
it can be counted for both because it is both a specialized service that requires a trained professional to offer it. And it is also a language, a non-English language in its own right. And so to have an interpreter and that be a part of a response, it can be counted in both. That's a great clarifying question.
I think for me, to Dr. Erica's point about marketing and tourists, I was sort of reading between the lines of what they mentioned in their marketing section for tourists specifically when they talk about promotional platforms like Where We Can Dance, which is spread out across multiple cities, or having cover features in print media like the Dallas Morning News or Texas Arts and Culture. So I agree that it could be more explicitly named in future applications, but I did kind of feel like it was there.
No, I appreciate that because it's somebody who's not native to Texas. And I think that's why I asked, because some of those, so to your point, making it clear for if someone that is reading the grant who is not familiar with those that you described, so that it's clear that these are national or places or marketing tactics outside of just local to Austin. So thank you for that. Okay.
Great. Any last thoughts? I think you have a couple of minutes to finalize scores.
Mhm.
I see a commitment to reaching new audiences in the last section. And that is pretty clear, including like hiring a marketing director and what target groups they want to reach out to and have collaborations and facilitations by. It's, it's definitely inferred, but I think that there's a lot going on within the bottom half of that last section. I thought this was a visionary application.
Okay, if there are no additional comments, go ahead and finalize your scores and then just let me know the thumbs up or wave. We can move on to the next one. Thank you. Are you good? Okay, great. So let's go on to the next application, Honk TX. Q is the primary and Michael is the secondary. I have the timer ready to go. So Q, whenever you're ready to begin, I'll start the timer when you begin speaking.
So Honk is an organization that provides street music festivals. And I really enjoy their application and as well as their documentation. It's really fun, and I really love that they are bringing the gift of music free and accessible to everyone in different neighborhoods in Austin. I think I would like to hear more thoughts from other panelists who are familiar with, you know, more of the organization. But overall, I think this is a really great like proposal. I get a very clear sense of where they are. I do appreciate that they are transparent in and acknowledging there are parts that they or services, you know, including accessibility and things and accommodations that they really are trying to work on and to be more inclusive of other communities. I think that again, always, you know, like to be more specific and include actual numbers and benchmarks and things like that would really help. But overall, I do think this is a very good application.
I agree with Q. Certainly the work samples coming through those for this application was a lot of fun. Great to see so much excellent work being done in our community. The multicultural ethos of Honk is clear, and I think that their work is really important to Austin's music scene. Some elements of this application did seem to clearly connect to constituency groups that were at risk of immediate cultural erasure, but some of them were not, particularly with regard to cultural leadership of the organization, which seems to have experience within marginalized communities, but not necessarily the key constituencies of the Elevate and Thrive grant. It also felt to me that their application was based on event production rather than organization stabilization. So in terms of the institutional score, I think that the application could have benefited from thinking about how the money from Elevate and Thrive might stabilize their operations or allow them access to alternative revenue streams or other sorts of things that might stabilize what they're trying to do. But other than that, I thought it was really wonderful.
I also kind of want to add, just, you know, for future, is they're in the budget, they don't have they don't address the items for accessibility, but they kind of address it in the proposal, but, you know, it's not kind of reflected in the budget. So, and also I really love that they have a very large amount of the budget allocated to paying artists. I would really love you know, for the applicant to include like more like breakdown, you know, of some of these items, to give us a better picture, but also it's very educational too, you know, for us panelists and as well as for the city, you know, like to try to, you know, better our understanding of equity and fair wages, especially in the performance art sector. So I those are the things that I would really recommend for future proposals.
Excellent, thank you.
Honk is a phenomenal organization, and I'm very familiar with the other honks all around the country. I think that the kind of DIY spirit of all of it, it makes a lot of their marketing kind of tough, because it's about, you know, coming as you are, showing up, and it almost seems spontaneous, which is hard. I would like for them to, I guess, have build their own capacity and really lean into their marketing, however it would feel authentic. But the intersectionality of what bands are part of Honk is absolutely in line with this application, and the grant itself, and it's A+.
Thanks. Dr. Reevy, any feedback?
I Actually, no, I just was able to get that, the last comment was able to give me some clarification, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all panelists for digging so deep into noticing these layers. I'm really appreciating your analyses. If folks want to take a few minutes to finalize scores and comments, and what is it? You ask for a thumbs up, but when you're ready, we can move on to the next. And if I'm not mistaken, it's the last one in this section, right? The next
That's
one.
right. So the next one is Early Era Collective. Anna is the primary and Dr. Reevy is the secondary. I have the timer all set. So Anna, whenever you're ready, you may begin, and I'll start the timer when you begin speaking.
Okay. Let's see. Early Era Collective is well positioned to become a thriving cultural institution in Austin. And they are committed to funding a diverse group of artists that are within the key constituency groups, as well as audiences. They have a clear vision for growth, which I loved, and expansion, and they have a strong track record of success. There is very little that they didn't touch on in their application. And I love to see their equity and inclusivity in their approach to dance and performance. Let's see. And then this was so nitpicky because I think it was a very strong application. In the leadership section, I wanted to see what the distribution of diversity in leadership voices was in some type of measured way, saying that 50% is by POC. And then it wasn't initially clear what the lived experience within key constituency groups the artistic director experienced directly. And and I think that one of the weaker points of a very strong application was I wanted to see the specifics for accessibility and disability services because it just says proper steps to accommodate. And so I gave some examples like as trained ASL professionals, but they have a fantastic track record in history, and I see their commitment to community collaborations and possibly using more marketing platforms could have made this application a little stronger, but they did great.
I would like to add that for me, I'm looking through the additional documents. I really enjoyed the podcast and 9 dance performances that focus on social justice. And so integrating that into the work. The website's clear about the variety of performances related to the mission. And the board consists of people with deep-rooted understanding and lived experience. I just said that I would have liked to see more of this information on the website, because again, that is where, in terms of marketing, most people to know that this is an organization that are offering these services. I feel like it would be good to be right where people are going to go look for that information. And then just also adding that, and again, I know we mentioned earlier that it's not that organizations have to do more than one, but I did list that I would like to have seen more ADA accommodations and languages outside of Spanish, just because, again, with the activities that they're listing, being inclusive to everyone, if possible, in a larger way. But besides that, great application.
Excellent, thank you. Any other feedback, Michael or Q?
Everything that I had to say was covered by the other panelists, so great work.
I think this is like one of the strongest applications that I've read. I really enjoyed it. Like I was saying too, if anything, it's more like we are nitpicking. But there are like some point that I really impressed and want to kind of stress further, like the mention of having caregiver on site, for the elderlies. I think this is for all applicants in the organization who want to address like disabilities or seniors or at risk populations, to have someone readily available on-site professional who can handle crisis, and also in these events, that's when maybe folks can be educated about and like know about like, oh, these are the resources that I can have. I think that could be a really great I think that's I see something that is a meaningful accommodation in terms of accessibility. I also really like the fact that in their capacity building, they clearly include like help of a consultant to help them become more financial viable. I think a lot of that's why I love about the Thrive Grantees is allowed organization to develop their capacity, and not just in terms of let's produce a service, but for them to really grow as well. And I love that they clearly say that they have double like their rate for artists and also admin. So that's really great bonus point. And I just want to point out these things that I really love about the application. So it will help for future application for all applicants.
Thank you, that's really insightful, I appreciate it.
And I just want to have one point of clarification on program guidelines is that again, or not again, this is the first time I've mentioned it, for the language accessibility, it wasn't a requirement to have more than one language, but it certainly is something that an organization could provide. And if folks want to go ahead and finalize their scores, we've come up to our first break of the day. It'll be 15 minutes. So I have 10:53 right now. So if we will all come back at 11:08, is that right? I think that's right, for 15 minutes. We'll start again with the next group of applications. We'll begin in about, no, it is 11:08 right now. Welcome back, everyone. And as we wait for our fellow panelists to return, if you want to go ahead and pull up the next application, it will be Ballet East Dance Company. All right. Let's go ahead and get started. So, Ballet East Dance Company is up next. The timer set up. Anna is the primary, Dr. Reevy is the secondary. Anna, you may begin whenever you're ready. I'll start the timer when you begin speaking.
Okay, so taken as a whole, this was a great application, but unfortunately, each section is scored independently. And we as panelists can infer and borrow from other sections, but we have a rubric, and I wish this great application scored as well as it felt. So you have a big heart and you have constituent alignment, but I would like to see more commitment to disability and language accessibility, and really push you to quantify how you measure the effectiveness of your organization's programming and your mission. That I think if you have testimonials, if you have various measures, I definitely I feel like I was part of your performances, but I don't know whether you're reaching your key constituents, how the public hears about you. And so more measurable specifics would have lended to a fantastic and well-funded application. But your alignment between the mission of this grant and your organization, who you serve, and the leadership is great. But unfortunately, yeah, so because this organization has also been around since 1978, and there was I guess like an outreach effort from the very beginning, I would expect that given that time, there'd be more measures of how your efforts are actually received by the Austin community. Um, mm, mm, mm. And yeah, I think if there were more numbers, and then you named some trained ASL professionals, or other disability measures that would be helpful. I think you have an impressive partnership roster. And clearly there's other organizations within Austin that adore you guys. And yeah, I think that, since 1978, you guys have been doing a great job, but if you can start measuring your success that I felt rather than read when I was going through this application, that would lend to a fantastic application. Thanks.
I would agree with Anna on all the points that were just made, and just add some of the things that I notated was again, marketing does not discuss advertising in non-English languages or for those with disabilities within the marketing section. The budgeting session, the actual budget itself was actually was missing accessibility services within the budget itself. And then the production budget appears to be very low based on the application description. And so the application had a lot of different things, but the budget for that was significantly low. And so those are the two things that I would just like to be considered.
Thanks for including those.
Any other feedback from the panelists?
I like to echo what Anna and Dr. Erica said. Especially, I would like to say that the one thing, there's two specific things. First, about cultural leadership, I really think the applicant can really make it a much stronger response to address the cultural leadership of the organization and with the entire body, and not only the founder as a nonprofit. And also for what Erica was saying too about accessibility and accommodation, I really would like to see a lot more, thoughts and services provided, as well as it's reflected in the budget as well. I think this application could be a lot stronger if the application would provide, some more details for us to be able to really assess how are they planning on providing these services, and what resources are they requesting to make these services available, because I feel like a lot of the description were in broad stroke. So it was really difficult for us to be able to gauge. So for future application, I think this can be a very strong proposal with more details, and of course more thoughts, like Erica was saying, as to what will be actually the services will be actually given and the resources as reflected in the budget.
I don't have anything additional to offer and feel like the other panelists have covered everything that I would say.
Okay, please go ahead and finalize your scores. All right, if everyone's ready, and just let me know if you need another minute. Okay. We're going to move on to of color. And our primary for this application is Q. And our secondary is Michael. Q, whenever you're ready to begin, I'll start the timer when you begin speaking.
Okay. So there's a great application. Of Color is an organization that focus on BIPOC artists and providing opportunities, exposure, and also working opportunities for them in the arts. And they're seeking funding to support their core programmings. Overall, I think this is a very, again, it's one of the strongest applications that I've read. I do have a few notes. For example, unless I missed this, I think the itemized budget for accessibility was actually earmarked, I could only see for insurance and not for the accessibility services. So there's no budget for that. I also think that in terms of budget, There are also no compensation I could see for the admin staff. You know, sometimes we focus a lot on artists, but there's also payment as compensation for admin staff unless it was already paid through the organization core budget, and which I would really like to see that reflected. Let's see. And also for language accessibility, I would like to see a lot more specific on how the applicant plan to implement the expanded language access and perhaps even engaging professional. I understand that the application is, you know, focused on bringing like bilingual curators and folks in the programs, but I think it's also be really helpful as well to engage actual professional whose focus of the event is, you know, to provide the accessibility. And there are a couple of things that I have in terms of the capacity building section. I would really love, you know, like to see the applicant, this organization thrive, because I really love the missions and the services they provided. And I really would like to see like their, for example, how are they planning to support their Emerging Artists Fellowship Program? Like, because there's no, they didn't request any funding for that, and to expand the administrative capacity, you know, beyond just a part-time creative director. So some of these I really would like to see more, but overall, this is a very, very strong application. I love the documentation provided. So yeah, it was an enjoyment reviewing this.
I agree with everything that Q had to say, and I also appreciated, Q, your attention to detail in analyzing the budget request, because I had the same questions that you did around accessibility and language services, administrative support, and that portion of the application. And I agree that their plans for supporting organizational improvement could have been more specific and clear about how they're measuring and tracking those goals. And I also agree, sorry, just to be an echo of everything that Q just said, but the mission of the organization is beautiful. The work that they're doing is extraordinary. And they have a really unique role in the Austin cultural climate. And so I was really excited to read this application, and there are a few things that could be improved along the way, but for the most part, really successful application.
Excellent. Any other final feedback?
Yeah, I
Or
definitely want to
final.
echo and
Yeah.
support everything that was just said. And I do think that they had more of a commitment to their event than for capacity building. But their organization does seem like it's in its adolescence and it's still figuring things out. And I think it's important to give room for that and let them experiment. So it was great.
Dr. Reevy, anything to share?
Everything I would say has been said.
Okay. All right.
You may finalize your scores. And then we'll move on to Metamorphosis Dance. Let's see, Dr. Reevy, you are the primary, and Q, you are the secondary.
All right, so Metamorphosis Dance is an inclusive ballet dance company, pretty much that focuses on transforming the culture of ballet dancing away from being rooted in historical Eurocentric values. Their goal is to reframe and reshape how ballet is looked at. they are requesting funding to go towards the production of the Nutcracker performance. And this will be held at various locations within the Austin area, with 2 of those being free events that are open to the community and tailored to parents and families. The grants focuses specifically a lot on the adaptation of the Nutcracker is meant to be reflective of the audience. It's meant to be a cultural experience and an inclusive performance. One of the things that I liked a lot about the application is the discussion of transitioning from being focused on Eurocentric ballet to more inclusive, the dance attire specifically, being clear about that. Some of the things that stood out to me, however, in terms of the application is that while one of the biggest things is that it talks about the Nutcracker is supposed to be focused on inclusivity and culture around the world. However, when we're talking about language and accessibility outside of Spanish, and again, I know that it's not necessary, but when you're saying that your production is rooted in being global, then you should have some other Spanish languages besides Spanish if the production itself is rooted in being global. And then additionally, talks about the impacts of the Nutcracker on and the work that they're doing in Metamorphosis Dance on racism. However, the leadership is not reflective of diversity, and less than half of the board members and those in leadership appear to have lived experiences within their key groups. And although 75% of the board are identified as women, it's not clear that they are a part of groups that have experienced marginalization or a risk of erasure. And then also not clear on diversity is very broad, and so not clear on what specific groups and how the organization is accountable to those communities. And while it appears that equity is considered, it just, again, appears to be very vague. And so those are my comments.
So I want to echo what Erica said. I agree on the cultural leadership. I think that the applicants have stated that they have recently started in shifting their programming, to serve its key constituency. So I really admire their effort, to transform and change the organization. So, like I think in future application, they will have a clearer, like more history of service, more documentation to really showcase like how they are more inclusive in their programmings. I think one of the thing that I want to note is when they are describing their programming and cultural activities in terms of the Nutcracker ballet and how they want to be more inclusive of Asian culture and Chinese culture by including costumes and Chinese fan dancing. I want to kind of err on the note of caution on this because I think China is a really huge country, and I think that in terms of intersectionality or representation, we want to be careful about thinking about cultural heritage and tradition as a costume to be put on. And also there's something to be honored about. The Nutcracker is not a Chinese like it's not really part of the Chinese cultural like events. I think that I can go, like, for example, an Asian person, I can really enjoy the Nutcracker, like, and really enjoy and celebrate the culture that the production is celebrating. But if you want to be, inclusive, I really encourage applicants to consider maybe production of, other festivals and events that are really unique to the BIPOC communities and cultures that they're trying to include. I think that would be really very meaningful. So those would be the biggest point that I really want to make. And yeah, really good luck on future applications. I really do enjoy the production quality of of the documentation that they provided.
Thank you, Q. Michael or Anna, do you have any feedback?
I want to really, I was snapping the whole time you were talking, Q. Thank you for saying that. The Nutcracker, it's a Christmas story. That said, I've gone to parodies of the Nutcracker that are Jewish, that are very queer. There's a lot of ways to change it in an authentic way, but I guess like subbing out something that is bad tokenization at best of Asian culture. I definitely want to parrot that because I noticed that too. Yeah, I also I'm not sure about what the leadership distribution is, and I would like more specifics.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think that I have anything to add about the programming aspect of it, but I did want to lift up that the responses in the marketing and budgetary institution status portions of the application were really strong to me. And then I thought that their multicultural approach was really interesting and exciting, but that there wasn't necessarily constituency alignment between the communities that they're trying to serve and the ones that are the focus of the Elevate and Thrive programs.
Okay, thank you for lifting that up, Michael. I think that's an important perspective to look at it from that vantage point. Thank you. Any last thoughts before you finalize scores?
All right, we'll go ahead and move on to the next application. The next application up for review is Lola. Michael is the primary and Dr. Reevy is the secondary. Michael, have the timer ready. So whenever you're ready to begin, I'll start the timer when you begin speaking.
Local opera, local artists. Lola is applying for $150,000 to support their artistic programs in 2025 and leverage them towards becoming a stronger cultural institution. Lola is an opera company that provides free and low-cost shows dedicated to dismantling opera's elitist and exclusionary practices in a unique way in Austin's cultural climate. And the organization demonstrates a commitment to serve Austin in a broad way. The application itself, I thought, was really well developed and detailed about what the funds from the city would do to support their specific programs and the organization as a whole. And while the application demonstrates a strong commitment to the key constituencies of the Elevate and Thrive grants, they're mainly focused on communities that are not at immediate risk of cultural erasure and displacement, as I would understand it, though those communities that they're speaking to have experienced other forms of institutional marginalization. This was particularly an issue for me in their history of service section, where I think Lola didn't sufficiently make the argument that they have committed in the past to serving marginalized communities. It seems like that is something that has come up relatively recently based on the application. And I do understand that the Lola application focused much of their budgetary request on their production of We Might Be Struck by Lightning, which is a show that's written by a queer creative team and a Black composer, which is really exciting and worth considering in the context of these grants specifically. I thought that the application did great work in the marketing, budgeting, accessibility, language accessibility, and cultural institution status. And I gave them full marks in that category. I thought their proposal was clear and artistically exciting. I just wasn't convinced that Lola's work directly overlaps with the key constituencies of the Elevate and Thrive grants.
I would agree with that. The things that I would just like to add are, I felt like there was detail missing, again, about the specific performances connecting to opportunities within the community. And it's only like the events were listed, but no details about the events, what the role, what they did. And then although 75% of the leadership is female, it's not clear on intersectionality in terms of the leadership and how that connects to key constituents.
Okay. Some consensus kind of emerging there. Other reflections?
Okay. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I want to commend their disability accessibility. It's ultra effective, inclusive, and I was very impressed by their efforts. I have my notes, so I'm just going back to see the specifics. Yeah, they worked with communication by hand. They're doing translations in English and Spanish, and they are committed to setting a standard where this is the norm rather than upon request, which is beautiful.
Yeah, I actually also as I was reviewing this, I have to say, and I echo what everyone was saying in term of, you know, the cultural leadership and key constituency and history of service. I like what Michael was saying, I didn't feel like I had a very strong sense that they have you know, been serving these key constituencies for a long time as to and how their program connects with that mission. However, I think their responses in their budget, their marketing, their accessibility, as well as their response on how they are planning on build their organization capacities are very, very strong. And that is reflected in the score. So I think overall, you know, like the applicant has a really strong potential in future programmings and proposal to really serve the key constituencies that they described and focus more on at-risk communities as well.
Okay.
All right, go ahead and finalize your scores. We'll give everyone just a moment to wrap those up. And in preparation, if you'll want to go ahead and pull up unlisted projects, that's next. And Dr. Reevy, you'll be primary on this one, and Michael is secondary. The timer's all ready, so Dr. Reevy, whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer when you begin speaking.
All right. Unlisted Projects is an organization that focuses on helping artists connect locally, nationally, and internationally, and they do this through residency exchanges. They are requesting funding to go towards the residency exchanges, offering free studio and professional space for BIPOC and individuals within the LGBTQI plus community. Also focusing on peer-led support. Some of the things I enjoyed, actually, this was one of the applications that I felt like for me were one of the ones that were a very easy read in terms of the information being provided. It was direct, provided a lot of numbers, provided a lot of clear, concrete detail about what was being done, how it was being implemented, the shared leadership model. The grant is also being requested for 50 days of public programming, and that was listed out and identified. Some of the things that I did mention, although again, not necessary, but just to be more equitable and inclusive, that I would like to have see is more information on the website about the services and what they're doing. And so that people who outside of the grant are knowledgeable and know the work that has been done. More information or more sensory accessibility in terms of emotional like those disabilities that are not seen, again, not a requirement, but because of the work that has been done, I'm thinking through being inclusive, would like to see that. And again, the language, it specifically only speaks to Spanish. And so thinking through knowing that there are additional languages outside of Spanish that should be accessible to people with the services being offered. But overall, I think this was a great grant. The leadership reflects the work that has been done in the key constituents. And yeah.
I agree with Dr. Reevy. This is, I think, one of the strongest applications that I have read. And I really have no negative things to say about it. I feel like it checked off all of the boxes for the Elevate and Thrive rubrics that we were given. Not always in the portion of the application itself, but as a whole, looking at the work samples, looking at the website and other materials as well. I really appreciated particularly the different international partnerships and collaborations and the trans-border exchange between residents of Mexico and Mexican-American immigrants, and thinking about cultural erasure in Austin and history of service. I thought that it was an application that really quickly soared. And I think that the organization is well suited to become an institution in Austin. So I really have no negative notes.
I have nothing
Thank-
else to add. Everything has been covered.
Okay.
I also echo the fact that this is a joy to read. I really love the applicant. I think they really knock it out of the ballpark with this proposal. I also want to commend the fact that when I read that they really made an effort to include and involve the key constituencies and how they develop their program and services. I think that is something for me that like one of the big like thumbs up. Because sometimes like we really depend on like cultural leadership, the organization leadership. I really love that they also really leaned in and take the feedback. Is a lot of listening, and I really admire that about this applicant in particular.
Thank you for lifting up those excellent practices for people to learn from. This is engaging people with lived experience in program development is one of those really beautiful ways to show commitment to equity and equitable outcomes. Super.
Okay, finalize your scores. We're going to move on to density 512. And let's see, Anna is the primary and Michael is the secondary. And let me reset the timer.
Mhm.
Okay, and whenever you're ready to begin, feel free.
Density 512 is a chamber orchestra and music symphony who I guess take classical instruments and they make contemporary programming. They're looking for $150,000. And they have some interesting events coming up that I would love to be a part of, however I can. So they've been committed to cultural placemaking, which is their term that arises in their narrative throughout their application. And they really are great at weaving other nonprofits within the community together. They are proposing to elevate queer voices, and their board and leadership is absolutely majority of the key constituencies. And I think there was one quote that really stood out to me, and I think I want to give it time and space. I believe it was right. It felt like a community making a symphony rather than a performance in front of an audience. And this is one of the audience members. Density 512 changes the way I think about music. And so that was fantastic. Their disability services were good. I would like to see more language accommodations because there weren't a lot of specifics. I think that the efforts were definitely put towards the activities proposed over the next 2 years, which were very strong, detailed, and committed to their service. But yeah, this was a very strong application. We don't see a lot of BIPOC queer chamber orchestras, and their first event, I believe, is called That's So 90s, and it looks amazing. So good job, you guys. I think that you have a strong record of service. You're committed to inclusivity, representation, and providing a platform for emerging artists within the city. Thanks.
I would agree with what Anna was just saying about the unique cultural place of Density 512 and the exciting programming that it offers. I was definitely intrigued and excited to learn more about this organization. It seems like some of its, to me, the history of service spoke to a founding impulse to serve broadly a wide range of communities, not necessarily focused on the key constituency groups of the Elevate and Thrive grants. And so while the organization speaks really beautifully and eloquently about the need for equity, the role of intersectionality in the work that it does, it didn't always strike me as an organization that was founded with the intention of protecting or lifting up people at immediate risk of cultural erasure or displacement. That said, I did think that they had really wonderful responses about how to serve and incorporate communities that have experienced marginalization and is committed to providing access to opportunities for them. My recommendation for this application is that they focus more intentionally on how they are providing services to people from those key constituency groups, because I think that they are, but in some of the descriptions of the events, it felt like it was being marketed to a much broader audience, which made it harder to give full marks for some of those areas of the application. But I thought that their budgetary marketing responses were all really clear, and that overall it was a strong application.
Dr. Reevy or Q? Whoever.
I would just like to reiterate what Michael just said. So the two comments that I put was that while the documents provided reflect diversity, it does not appear that the organization's overall commitment to diversity has always been at the root, and that per the description, the organization was founded due to lack of access for classical music creators. It's not clear that working with marginalized communities was the focus originally. And so I agree that it feels like it appears that that is the work that is being done specific to this grant, but it does not appear from the documents, the website, that that is the overall mission of the organization.
I definitely echo what was said about, I felt like the organization serve broad communities, and they've evolved to focus more on at-risk communities, for the specific purpose of the grant or recently in their programming. So I would encourage the applicant to, be able to do more and really center and focus on these community in their future programming. I also want to see a little more expanded accessibility and accommodation as well. I think that especially for, I think we focus a lot of organization provide ASL accommodation, accessibility. I think that for performance venues, and they address certain things like hearing, but I think I would like to see a little bit more like really impactful accommodation beyond, like a venue being ADA accessible, and that will provide subtitles and things like that, especially if they're thinking about serving at-risk communities. So that will be some of my points for the applicant to improve on their next proposal.
Any other feedback before we wrap? I want us to also, I think after this, are we breaking? I just want to take a second to invite everyone to also continue to think about being at risk for erasure, displacement, historical marginalization is a specific like phenomenon in Austin. And I want to kind of keep your minds trained on that as well. There are many, many ways that people are marginalized, but let's also keep our minds trained on communities that are actually at risk of erasure in our city. Not only culturally, but literally, physically, like disappearing from our city. But carrying on.
All right, if there are no additional comments, you may finalize your scores. And as you're doing that, we have come to our lunch break. So we'll come back at 1 o'clock, so a little bit more, so an hour and 12 minutes. And then we'll start right back up at 1 o'clock with Sunday afternoon project. That'll be first up at 1. See you then. Welcome back, everyone. We're just waiting on Anna. But while we wait for her to join, I'm just going to go ahead and do cover the instructions that we've provided the panelists for those folks who are in the audience, just in case they weren't here earlier this morning and missed that bit of introduction. So my name is Anne Marie McCaskill Davis, and I'm the Cultural Funding Specialist Senior with the City of Austin's Cultural Arts Division. My role here today is to just help facilitate the meeting, but mostly just to be here to answer any questions about the program guidelines or any questions about eligibility and the scoring rubric within each of the 2 funding programs. I also want to introduce Sarubi. She's our equity facilitator. We'll be here also helping with our panel discussion and keeping things on track. Panelists all have reviewed the applications. All applications that we're going through today have all been reviewed prior to today. We have tentative scores and comments provided by the panelists. And so now they'll have an opportunity to discuss their comments and then an opportunity as well to revise scores and comments if they so choose. We will provide 10-minute maximum for each application. We'll stop the recording and the timer if we run into any technical issues. We've also instructed the panelists to not repeat comments if they have similar comments themselves. We are also asked the panelists not to provide a numeric score in this phase. However, they have provided a numeric score in the scoring panel within submittable. They should be also aligning their comments with the scoring rubric, and that has been posted for both Elevate and Thrive since the program launched earlier this summer for applicants who'd like to reference that. They should not be taking into consideration anything that is not within the scoring rubric. For example, financial need is not a component of the scoring rubric, nor is geographic service area. It's also not a scoring rubric component. They've also been instructed to look beyond grantsmanship as much as possible. They are also instructed to use firsthand experience if they have it with the applicant. And they're also allowed to check out the websites of the applicants, but it was not a requirement of the panelists. We do not have any panelists with conflicts of interest today. And we're just waiting on one more panelist to return from our lunch break. And as soon as she arrives, we will start with our first application, Sunday afternoon project. So hopefully she'll be here in just a minute. We have someone giving her a quick call. So hang out here until she pops in.
Do we want to check in with Anna by email or phone?
I gave her a call. She said that she'll join in a second, and I'm about
Okay.
to email her link.
Thank you.
Hi, Anna, welcome back. And whenever you're ready, we'll start with let's see, let me find it. Austin, or Sunday afternoon project. Anna is the primary and Q is the secondary. So if you need a moment to pull that application up, take your time. And then as soon as you begin speaking, you can I'll start the timer. And you're yeah, there you go.
Oh, okay, cool, awesome. I finally have everything up that I need. Let's see. Okay, so I think that this is a fantastic organization, and I love their use of bolds throughout the entire application. And specifically, however, it is not enough to simply teach underrepresented individuals how to share their stories. Those in positions of power must also learn how to listen and engage with these narratives. And the fact that that's the founding principle is right, is so aligned with the Thrive and Elevate grants. And what they're looking to do is to basically grow their strategic approach in being a cultural institution. And then basically offer fearless storytelling, which I think is really super cool. I'm curious how they're able to actually make this engaging, because I think that there's a lot of fear regarding storytelling, but this is an idea that is very close to my heart. And I think they did a fantastic job being intersectional and serving key constituencies. And let's see. I think that the disability services had a little bit more to grow, and because they did not have specific details in how they, like who they were partnering with that were the trained professionals, as well as what specific accommodations would be implemented. And let's see. With marketing, I would have liked to see a novel approach for Sunday afternoon marketing. Well, afternoon marketing, exactly. So I would want to see either they were trying to reach a new audience that they'd never interacted with before, or individuals with disabilities, or tourists, or non-English translations, or, I guess like an immersive art piece that you can touch, just anything that would kind of make it more than what was expected for marketing. And then the budget is well structured, but having more details about accessibility services and marketing efforts would be really important here because it's a quite large lump sum. And I feel like with these very large whole numbers, I am curious how these amounts are delineated for the full 150. And I mean, 12 2-hour workshops for 30 to 40 people. I don't know if it's going to be $66,000. So I just am not totally sure where these numbers were coming from. But other than that, really cool project, definitely serving key constituencies, and a good job. Yeah. Thanks.
So I think that the application provides their documentation is very professional. I think it's clearly that they've really thought about the key services that they are providing. Having that said, I'm not sure that I got the sense that their services particularly focus on their key constituencies. Even though, you know, I think they're the stories of the organization, the inspiration for how they came up with the services, and is certainly inspired by the founders who have lived experiences in marginalized communities. But in the documentation, it doesn't feel like that they are specifically outreaching to these communities, but they are more servicing broader population. And I think for me, I think in one of their responses in marketing, they are saying that to market to these communities, they are working with organizations that are more on the ground and would have more connection with these communities than they do. And for me, that's an indication that perhaps they do not have very strong relationships, ongoing relationships and connections to the key constituency that they described. I agreed with Anna in terms of the specificity and the details of the budget. I love it when organizations pay artists. I also, but we want to address fair wages, and it's unclear how many instructor artists are being paid their particular rate. And it is very high rate, which is great. But again, we want some, you know, more details, is provide more accountability and give us a broader understanding of what they planned. And I'm not sure if the activities described are open for tourists or regular audience, because the applicant mentioned an application process. So I'm not sure if it is open to others to attend. And let's see. I think those are my major notes. I did write some notes that the applicant can consider provide other languages as well, if they are looking to really reach other immigrants and BIPOC, you know, populations. I also would like to see them engage more like professional interpreters in their accessibility, instead of relying exclusively on AI. More accommodation for those, you know, experiencing like physical disability, intellectual disabilities, or, you know, so I think for that, I would like to see them offer something a little more in-depth and robust.
Thank you. And I just want to jump in terms of if there is an application that is presenting an event or a component of their event that may seem like it may not be an specifically eligible activity, if this applicant were to score high enough to receive funding, then we would work with them to ensure that whatever activity that they're presenting is open to the public, and that all can access it. it's possible that maybe the participation in the writing workshop or something is by application, but the public exhibition component is maybe more open. Either way, there is a process in the contracting piece where we confirm with all recipients what activities they're doing and ensure that they're eligible for the funds.
I don't have anything to add to this other than I want to highlight the point that Q raised about the difference between who the cultural leadership of the organization is versus the key constituency groups that the organization serves. And it just wasn't clear to me that the constituencies that they were serving are the folks that are at immediate risk of cultural erasure and displacement. So as a way to improve the application, I would want to encourage people to focus on who you're serving in the application a little bit more.
Great, thank you. Dr. Reevy?
I have no input. I would agree with everyone else.
Okay, great, thank you. A few minutes to finalize scores? Or a few seconds, I don't know. Okay, the thumbs up. You got a head nod.
All right, as we close out these scores, we can prepare also for the next application up for review, which is A3 Art Alliance. Austin, Q is the primary and Dr. Reevy is the secondary. The timer is all set, so Q, whenever you're ready, you may begin speaking and I'll start the timer.
Second, I'm going to pull up the applicants.
Take your time.
Okay, so I guess for me, when I were reviewing this application, it's appeared that the organization has recently in this year went through a complete rebranding process. And so their history of service and mission, to serve at-risk communities are in the nascent stage. And so my score, when I score, I kind of reflect this. I think that overall, I really do commend their efforts, to rethink the organizations. I would encourage them to be more specific in their responses. And I didn't get a very clear sense that their proposed activities, as well as their mission and services, are really well thought out as to how they're going to further, this new mission. And in terms of, their budget, I love it that they're paying artists well. I think my also note is I think that when we thinking about representation, especially in the arts for artists of colors, I want to encourage applicants to think more about emerging artists whose voices hasn't been, reflected, giving them the opportunities instead of giving more like everything concentrate on like one-star artists, for example, in the programming. So I think for me, that would make for a much stronger application and proposed activities and how that can really broadly or serve deeply the key constituency that they're hoping, to reach.
I would agree and add one of the things that stuck out for me that I would like to have seen in terms of the intersectionality piece is it's very vague in how the key constituents are included in that. It seems to be that a decision has been made and this is what's going to happen, but I don't see any information about how the community is involved in the decision-making process. And then the other thing was regarding the disability. Sorry, I'm making sure I'm reading my comments properly. Regarding accessibility, to me, it was, more, it felt like, although there was a collaboration, I believe with Spark, and it talked about a sign interpreter. I feel like, again, just not very detailed outside of the federal requirements. I think those are all the comments from me for that organization.
All I had to add was, it is a difficult endeavor to come back from a history that was appropriative, inappropriate, and racist. And you guys have definitely pivoted and have a clear commitment to that now. And this is in reference to Fiesta. But yeah, I mean, it's commendable that you're trying to turn things right, but the absence of a commitment to serving key constituencies versus your situation is also quite hard to overcome. Mhm.
I would certainly agree with that. And one thing that I would also maybe add, just from my personal experience and the way that the application highlights the leadership of Laura Esparza, is that Laura was somebody who I worked with for a moment when I worked for the city of Austin. And I do think that she is a remarkable community leader. And so it's exciting to see her attain this position of power within this organization. But I agree with everything that's been said about the difficulty of pivoting an organization. One thing that struck me is the difficulty of making plans for what you want to do in the midst of not having an active website or social media presence, or ways that we can see some of the additional materials that we're able to see from other applicants. And that the application would feel stronger to me if some of that groundwork, the foundational sort of institutional work, was already present that we could witness.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead and finalize your scores. I'll give you all a moment to do that. Okay. Let's go ahead and go to the next application. Home Here Now Unheard. Dr. Reevy is the primary, Q is the secondary. The timer is all set, so whenever you're ready to begin, I'll start the timer.
All right. So Home Here Now Unheard is a project under New Choral Music, and the organization, well, so the project specifically is focusing on elevating the voices of individuals within the LGBTQ plus community and BIPOC through choir and performances. With this application, there was a couple things just in terms of reading it and getting the information that I would like to have seen. However, there were some great things that I appreciated, which was how they're working to connect mental health and community conversations within the project. And so they are requesting funding to host 2 concerts, and then to also focus on talk groups for the LGBTQ plus and BIPOC community about experiences and addressing displacement. And so with that being said, what I would like to have seen from my perspective as a therapist, when you are having groups and conversations where you are having people come together with the talk piece, is I would like to have seen something in the grant related to providing accessibility and disability resources around the mental health piece and the trauma that potentially could expose, because you are bringing individuals together to have that conversation. And so it just felt, overall though, the accessibility felt very limited in terms of the description. But again, the idea of having that space through the arts is very beneficial. Then again, no clear implementation plan is one of the things that felt kind of all over the place for me as I was reading the grant. And then The marketing area was missing details and not clear on specific platforms outside of Facebook and Instagram. And so, and again, positive, just the idea though that there is a space that they are focusing on where they connecting self to other, making sure people understand the importance of connecting yourself and being kind to yourself, being kind to others. One thing that was a little confusing is when looking at the mission and looking at New Coral versus Home Here Now and Unheard, it was not clear of the connection outside of the individual that did the grant being affiliated with both. And so when looking at the materials, if in trying to identify the clear-cut mission, it does not feel like the mission of New Coral aligns with the Thrive Grant and aligns with what the expectations are, whereas the project itself does, but outside of the project, it does not feel like those things align. So just having, for future, I would like to see a clear understanding of how where the connection lies.
So I think that I agree with everything that Erica, Dr. Reevy have just said. I think I was very confused as to how do I, approach, this connection between the project and the organization. And then there's question, and that pertained to everything, including, the question of cultural leadership of the organization of the project. So I think I would like some clearer understanding on that. I also felt that the accessibility response, I think that virtual and online documentation of a performance is part of, like marketing and materials. I'm not sure that would be defined as a very I think robust and meaningful accommodation. I would like to see more, thoughts behind that. And then I have again, I really want to see more of these responses in details instead of broad stroke. And breakdowns of items in the budget. And another note I would say is that not a lot of information that I can glean from the website, which can kind of corroborate what the applicant is claiming in their responses. Going back to what Michael said is the website or the information, their mission statement, the history, is provide key pieces of information for us panelists to really go into and get a clear understanding of the applicant.
Okay, any other thoughts on this?
The only thing that hasn't been directly said yet is the budget is extraordinarily black box. So it says like 9,600 for production expenses. And I think that for a decoration budget, you could very much hire local artists and fund more working artists that way. But I would love to know like more specifics for the budget.
Okay.
Oh, I actually I forgot one thing because it wasn't really, the applicant did not include a response for the capacity building question. So I wonder if it is something that they're not, interested in, because they also did not ask for funding for that. So that just something that, but they wouldn't get points for that.
Okay.
So can I speak to, this is the application though, I don't know if it makes a difference, that it is actually an Elevate only. And I think some people still selected Thrive. So if you had to, and so only reason I know that is because of having been contacted about it as the primary. So actually if you select Elevate only, it does not give you the option to select capacity building for that as a grading rubric. So I do think that should be noted in terms of the grade, or in terms of for other people who didn't select Elevate only.
Right, so this application is an Elevate only application, so if you didn't select the top of the score sheet, there should be a like a little option to pick Thrive or Elevate only. You just pick the Elevate only, and that removes the capacity building question at the end of the score sheet. But all the other questions are the same.
And I think this is the only application we received that's like that, right, Anne Marie?
I believe so.
Mhm.
Thank you. I was very confused.
Yeah. Okay. Any other
Thanks.
questions?
Michael,
Or
did you have
comments?
anything you wanted to say? No.
Everything that I would speak to has already been covered. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead and finalize your scores. And prepare to move on to the next application, which will be Black Austin Film Festival. Michael is the primary and Erica, or Dr. Reeve, excuse me, will be the secondary. Let me reset the timer really quickly. And whenever you're ready to begin, I will start the timer.
So the Alliance for Young Future Filmmakers is applying for $150,000 to support an emerging program called the Black Austin Film Festival that would screen films in a festival format to draw attention to Black filmmakers in Central Texas and develop workshops for those filmmakers to hone their craft. I liked almost everything about this application, especially as someone who has worked for a film festival in the past in Austin. And I thought that the applicants really speak well to the urgent need to promote and support Black filmmakers in our community. I had a question about this application that I want to offer to the panelists, and I'll let you know what I did with it as well. The only score that I gave for this program that wasn't very high was in the history of service section, primarily because of the Black Austin Film Festival's connection to the Alliance for Young Future Filmmakers, as well as its emerging nature. It hasn't operated for very long. And so I had a question about the best way to score that, because while the Black Austin Film Festival has been focused on the city's key constituency groups since its founding, the Alliance for Young Future Filmmakers has not necessarily been doing that same work. So that's a question that I have. But the application clearly details how intersectionality factors into its decisions. It offers detailed plans for language accessibility and other types of accessibility services. And the marketing budget and cultural institution plan seemed clear and would help transition this festival to a more stable and significant status. So I was really excited about it.
So I would agree with Michael, and to answer the way that I answered that question, Michael, was because I struggled with that. So I literally answered it by looking at, because it says the applicant from its founding, a history. So in that instance, because it was clear the connection of the actual grant application to the larger organization, I specifically answered that question by looking at the applicant, the actual project itself, and not the larger organization, because I did struggle with that as well. And I would agree that besides that question, honestly, that was literally my only question, because I was looking at the website of the larger organization. This was a great application. It was very detailed. It was, for me, it was very clear where everything was going. Besides that, I honestly have no additional feedback on this application. And what I also like, I will add this in a positive manner. It was that languages besides Spanish were included. And so that was good to see that they were considering that as well.
So I
Okay.
thought this was also a fantastic application, but the disability and intersectionality sections left me wanting a lot more. So while they didn't specifically name Alex Chu as the translator, he doesn't actually know American Sign Language yet. And it just said the woman that is composing the organization, her husband will just take a quick class, and I feel like it minimizes the rich impact of ASL translators. And also ADHD, dyslexia, and dysgraphia, none of those are cognitive disabilities. So it's just, it struck me as really offensive here. And what I would love to see is a ongoing commitment to intersectionality. So, I mean, there are unfortunately not a lot of Black filmmakers, but to say that at least once a month we are going to show, even if it's, you know, very indie, a Black filmmaker who is queer, whose first language is not English, that would be really a full commitment from my perspective. But
Thank you.
thanks.
So
Yeah.
just as feedback as a provider, I would like to say that some people within the field do consider those cognitive disabilities. And so I
Okay.
think it is about perspective. And
Mhm.
that's just more of feedback that I think it's about. That is one of those things that if you look, some people would consider those cognitive disabilities though.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I just come from a different branch of education, I guess. Yeah, it also just doesn't, I don't know exactly how it fits. It's a little bit of a tangent, but that's okay. Yeah. But thanks.
Great. Again, remember, we don't have to come to consensus, but it's good to hear these different perspectives and your experience. Yeah, not just opinion, but based on your experience. Any last thoughts? Yeah, go ahead, Q.
I just want to say that I do run into the same problem that Michael did. And since in the application, it specifically named the organizations and not the applicant, so I've opted, to score accordingly for the organization itself and its history, because that was what clearly stated. I also agreed with some of the concerns that Anna has regarding accessibility, and wasn't very clear on the plan of implementation and the involvement of professionals who are truly trained and dedicated to provide these services. And I felt like because I'm live in Los Angeles, I have attended a lot of film festivals, and I would like a little bit more details in terms of the planning of the festival itself and the proposed activities. And I think that the majority of the budget is to pay for the administrative support. I understand that it's not standard, to pay for like filmmakers or artists to present. It's more like there's a prize, for whoever wins. So I do encourage the applicant to think about, like paying for filmmakers and things like for their time in attending, the festivals, attending Q&As. These are true work. So I would encourage applicants to really think about that. But overall, I think I really commend their their mission. I really think it is needed to have a festival dedicated to Black filmmakers.
I would like to say, as I'm taking the feedback and looking at it too from a different lens, one thing that I noticed with the budget is missing, like it is just for ASL. So there is nothing in the budget specifically for other languages. And then even looking at, again, just a different lens of the production fee seems to be kind of lower for a film festival when you're talking about producing compared to some of the other categories. So perhaps looking at that as well.
Okay, great guidance. Thank you. Any
Okay.
last thoughts? Go ahead.
You may go ahead and finalize your scores. Let's see, the next application for review is Between the Pages. Michael is the primary and Q is the secondary. The timer is ready, so whenever you're ready to begin, I'll start the timer when you begin speaking.
Between the Pages offers a valuable space for the children and youth of Austin to meaningfully engage with books and literacy. Their programs and application make it clear that they're a cultural asset to the city and that the people that they serve are really devoted to the program. And as a parent and fan of the Half-Blood books, I was really taken with the organization's purpose and commitment to young readers and writers. It seems like the key constituencies of this program have certainly experienced marginalization, but are not necessarily the same as the key constituencies of the Elevate and Thrive grants. And there are a few areas in the application where a greater level of detail would have helped point this application towards greater harmony with the grant guidelines. For example, I think that the applicant could have described their public activity much more clearly. They speak to what they do in the opening section, but their public activity response was more philosophical than descriptive, which made it harder to understand exactly what they wanted to do overall. I was able to sort of piece that together based off of their work samples and material on their website, but I think that a clearer description of that would have been helpful. I also thought that intersectionality was a term that tripped up this application a little bit, and a greater awareness of how different forms of marginalization can affect individuals based on their intersecting identities would have helped to make the point that they were trying to make. In language accessibility, Between the Pages makes a clear verbal commitment to being multilingual, but didn't offer a clear plan for professional translation services. In the cultural institution status section, I felt that the application was missing clear steps or measurable goals for how to achieve the things that they wanted to do for themselves. And so those are just a few areas where a certain lack of attention to detail made this application kind of harder for me to score really highly. But it seems like a great program.
I would like to echo everything that Michael said. I think you said it a lot more eloquently than I could have. I love it. Save me some work. Because I was like, maybe I'll add more note. I'm like, nope, Michael, you hit everything on the head. I really think that I love their mission. Again, I was an educator. I volunteer for story times. So this is very close to my heart. I just didn't really get the sense that documentation really show that they are truly focusing on the particular at risk and marginalized constituencies, even though that these constituencies definitely are part of the communities that they serve and will benefit, from the services. So I do want to see a little bit more details respond, in particular in their programming, what specific parts of their services that are really geared towards these communities, like how they address equity, intersectionality. So I love their mission. I love their services. I just think there are a lot more details that would needed for us to, for me, especially to be able to, score them higher on some of these guidelines that aligned with the Elevate and Thrive program.
All right, any other feedback from NR Dr. Reevy? No, I see a head shake. No, both of you. Okay. Okay, in that case, I pass it back to you.
All right, go ahead and finalize your scores and we'll prepare for the next application. Okay, the next one up for review is the annual US Africa Cultural Expo. Anna is the primary and Michael is the secondary. Hold on one second. Okay,
Yeah.
whenever you're ready to begin, the timer is all set.
So I think a common theme throughout the entire application by AFTV5 is enthusiasm for inclusivity and celebration of diversity. The event that is proposed here is supposed to be a transatlantic USA and Africa melting pot 2-day expo. And I wasn't really clear what is going to happen at this event. But everyone was invited and it was going to be a great party. So looking at their website, which was extraordinarily helpful, I see that the organization is committed to showcasing the rich culture and artistic talent from its key constituencies. So Austin's local African community. But it wasn't clearly said that that was the group they were acting in service of throughout the entire application. And I wasn't sure if Austin's African community was going to just simply be volunteers. There was a lot of proposals for I guess inclusivity on all fronts for absolutely everyone, to celebrate the differences and similarities between the USA and Africa. But I felt it really difficult to, when I was really fastidious to the rubric, to score high here. And so I do think that I think it's the last component. You said that you want to develop a strategy for your organization and future proposals and work on other grants. And I think that collaborating with community organizations to give you those expert insights is going to be extraordinarily helpful here. But I really would like to see details, or even if it wasn't like a promise, but examples. I didn't see, so instead of I'm going to submit marketing to do 512, it was online newspapers. And so I really needed specifics to be able to give you a high score. And so it was challenging here, but I see your hope, and I think hope is a great place to start.
I would agree with a lot of the questions that Anna brings up about the difference between the constituency groups that the organization is serving and the activity that they're proposing. And I had a lot of questions about, is this group serving immigrants from the African diaspora who are living in Austin now, and highlighting the work that they're doing currently in our community, or is this bringing a lot of really expert entrepreneurs, speakers, and performers from Africa to Austin, which I'm not totally convinced it aligns well with the mission and priorities of the Elevate and Thrive grants. So that is a really big question, and if anyone has greater insight on that, I'd love to hear it. But based on the application and the materials that I was able to view online, it felt like it was more the latter and less focused on immigrant communities that are living in Austin at the moment, or members of the diaspora who are living in Austin right now. So that influenced my scoring for sure. I agree with Anna too, that the application really hums with this enthusiasm, and it like made me want to go in a really big way. So there is a lot of hope. There is a lot of like expectant joy in this application. I wish that there had been more details in the key leadership section, which really focused on the founder, which is always like sort of inspires a little nervousness in me that there might be one person sort of driving this whole organization rather than there being a more shared sense of responsibility. And I also thought that while the proposal acknowledges a commitment to expanded accessibility services, it didn't name specific adaptations or professionals that they plan to work with. So
Mhm.
Those are my thoughts.
Thank you.
I also had one more thing to add. It really, if it was giving specifics, it was saying that local community members who are the key constituents would happily volunteer in the name of this expo. And I don't think that necessarily serves them. Like for translator services, panels, I think they should get compensated fairly.
Thank you. Thank you for lifting up that equity principle.
I
Um,
agree with a lot of the concerns and also confusions. That's why I experienced as well, because I was unclear, at least it was not made clear to me in reading the responses, how the expos will benefit you know, like the Black, the African diaspora and immigrant communities locally in Austin. I really felt like it was focused on international, like African artists and vendors. I was also not clear if is a exposed conference are open for everybody. It felt more like a business networking opportunity. As I was reading it, that was my impression. So it was difficult to pinpoint. Notes on culture leadership as well. I didn't felt like the response really gave me a clear relationship, even between the founder and the key constituency. The accessibility, I think in terms of accommodation, could use some more thoughts and improvement, as well as you know, as many have said, the language accessibility, and I would like to see more specific and targeting efforts in marketing as well. So overall, I enjoy the activity. I'm not sure if it aligns with the goals of the Thrive and Elevate program.
And I would like to add, for me, the budget just felt very, very vague, and did not align with some of the actual description within the application. And so I think there's a piece in the budget that speaks to the marketing, but there is not a clear marketing plan. And it speaks about reaching new people within the community, but in the budget, but then in the plan that's not there. And so, and then just it appears to be a lot of estimating and not actual expenses of what things should be. And then for me, the other piece was, it says payments to artists, but again, as others have said in the description, it's not clear, like, are the artists going to be community people? And so are the payments going to be stipends? Is there an application process? And so just being more clear about some of the budgeting within the narrative.
Okay. I think we've heard from everyone. Any last thoughts?
Okay, finalize your scores. Okay, next up is Hyperreal Film Club. Anna is primary and Dr. Reedy is secondary. And whenever you're ready, you may begin speaking and I'll start the timer. You're muted.
Good. So the Hyperreal Film Club is seeking to start hosting events at its own venue. I think it's on Chicon, which is awesome. And so I'm seeing both the commitment to building capacity as well as welcoming the community here. I think that they were honest in exactly who they are, which I don't actually know if they are best served by the Elevate and Thrive grants. I think they describe themselves as they were a scrappy bunch or something cute like that. I mean, they were honest, and I actually felt really good about that. And they've tried to be intersectional, and I think they've tried their best. And I think that our feedback through this grant application will be really helpful. So they can, start talking to Spark and try to figure out what translators would be best. And become more aware of like subtitles not working the way you hope, and that's not a catch-all for all disability services in cinema. So I wanted to see more disability accommodations, as well as intersectionality. I think there was an example about showing a Serbian film with Too Fast, Too Furious, which I guess that's intersectionality, but with such like a vibrant history of playing great cinema, I think they could probably do a little bit better. I wanted to see more effective marketing, and also budgets that were more detailed. Yeah, without details, it's hard to comment. And I'm excited to see how they expand over time. Mhm.
I would agree. I feel like the vision is there. However, some things just were not clear. There was the mention of like 350 plus shows that were focused on serving key groups at risk, but there's no specific details about what that really, like what groups, specifics about improving access. In terms of leadership, there's a reflection of reporting majority women, but not clear on how many are BIPOC or within the LGBTQ plus community. And so just for me, it just felt like the idea is there, moving in the right direction, but not enough information at this time to align with the Thrive grant.
Okay, great. Michael, Q, any feedback?
I think for me, when I was reading about, it doesn't seem like serving key like the at-risk and marginalized community was central to their founding mission. I think they have evolved to you include these groups, which I'm very excited about. Because when I was reading the applications, and this because of my love in films, I'm like, oh, great. I really understand like the opportunities that they will be providing the filmmakers. And I honestly actually think this is one of those cases where the response might not be as illustrative of their mission. Going to the first question. However, when I looked through the documentation, it is true. That they have filmmakers who are represented in BIPOC communities. I also look at their programming and film screening, and I notice in almost every single groups there are inclusion of Asians and Black films, and I do really appreciate that. That I can see conscientious intentional effort for them in doing that. I would have to say, though, that a lot of the films that were included from BIPOC in their film screening are from Asian filmmakers who are foreign and not Asian American filmmakers. So I do encourage them to seek out, Asian American independent filmmakers as well. I think that's something's very important, but overall, I think they are a very good organization who truly understand what they can provide to the key constituencies, which I'm very glad they're putting more the focus of.
I agree with everything that's been said, and I do want to highlight that of all the applications I read, this one felt to me one of the clearest in saying we're on the cusp of cultural institution status, and here's what we need to get there. Like, I think that they did a great job of financial storytelling and showing how the money from the Elevate and Thrive grants could be used to gain them the resources that they need to move their operations to the next level, which is really exciting. But I agree with what a lot of other people have said about the alignment of the Elevate and Thrive grants with the mission of this particular organization. And I would have loved to have seen greater attention to detail in how their history of service aligns with those goals as well. So at several points in the application, they said that we aim for more than half of the films that we screen to showcase diverse audiences or diverse filmmakers. And I think actually looking back at what they have done and saying we have historically programmed more than 50% would have been more compelling to me than we hope to produce more than 50% in the future. So that's something that I noticed and think could make their application stronger if they chose to submit again.
Okay, I think we heard from everyone.
Okay, go ahead and finalize your scores. And that leads us to our first afternoon break. So we'll have 15 minutes. So let's be back at 2:17. All right, welcome back. A few more panelists to join us. All right. I'm just looking for Q. Oh, there they are. Welcome.
Sorry, I'm here. I'm just like, forget to turn on my video.
That's
Like,
okay.
I was like, what are you talking about?
All right, well, let's move on to our next application. Let's go ahead and pull up Austin Russian Theater Company. Q is our primary and Anna is our secondary. Let me get the timer set up. Okay, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
All right, so I think I'll come up first with the question. The Russian theater company is dedicated to serving Russian communities and Russian speaking communities in Austin, and they're seeking support to produce like their cultural programmings and productions. So one of the things that I really want to ask other panelists as well as to how they approach this is I think that applicant make a case for Russian culture being at risk of immediate cultural erasure or marginalized, institutionally marginalized, and I think this really affect like it's really in terms of like it's affect the scoring in terms of the rubric and guidelines for the program, even though that the Russian community is not specifically listed in the list of in terms of the definition for the at-risk community group. So first, I do want to ask other panelists, how do you approach this, in your interpretation scoring of the application? I do want to commend the applicant and their focus on serving their community. I do want to see more details on their focus on equity and intersectionality with other culture beyond Eastern European or Russian culture in their programmings. I think their accommodation for accessibility could be a bit more robust, and their marketing can also reach more audience in the community, especially immigrants, but BIPOC individuals outside of the Russian community. I do like that they also try to address the question of affordability. However, I encourage them to even go a step further and perhaps considering with grants funding to provide maybe even a zero cost public representation of one of their production or scholarships for folks to be able to attend, because most immigrants like would have a really hard time access these performance opportunities. And I, speaking this as a first-generation immigrant, I really didn't set foot in or didn't get to see my first theater program until I was in college, and that was because we got a funding for all of us to go see professional theater production. So I think that would be very, very meaningful to the community they're looking to serve.
Anna, you're muted.
Q, that was so thorough. I have very little to follow up on. You did touch on, so in the intersectionality and inclusion response, they said that Ukrainian or new immigrants, I'm guessing Russian speaking immigrants or Russian immigrants, they could receive free tickets as well as reduced rates on acting classes, which is great. However, making sure that this initiative is known within the community, I think may have other challenges. And I would like to see marketing develop. And then one thing that I don't know, I'm not sure what they mean by a subtitle system for live theater. I know that oftentimes the disability community, if they are hard of hearing, they do prefer an ASL translator because it doesn't detract from watching like a live performance happen around them. And so I just want to make sure that, you know, if you are implementing an expensive system, just make sure that it does actually assist those who need it. But yeah, I wasn't exactly sure what they meant by that. And yeah, they also got, I think, the Elevate grant in 2013 or 2023, one of those. And so it does seem like they are on the up and up and have a commitment to becoming a thriving cultural institution.
Excellent. Okay. Any other reflections, Michael or Dr. Reevy?
I mean, I think the central question that Q posed about whether or not the Austin Russian Theater Company is actively serving people who are at immediate risk of cultural erasure or displacement is something that I really struggled with and tried to do some research around, because I'll happily admit that I do not know enough about what life is like for Russian-speaking immigrants in Austin to say whether or not those communities qualified. The application, I think, made a very clear and compelling argument that they do fit that determination. But I also recognize that the Elevate and Thrive grants are at some level meant to address historic inequities and structural obstacles that communities facing different types of marginalization have faced. And so I'm not clear about both the current and the historical practice of these communities and the degree to which they've faced marginalization and oppression in our city. So I really didn't know what to do with that. Yeah, Anna.
So I can comment on that as a Slavic person. I'm a first generation American for my family. And Russian House, they changed their name to the House, and then they had to close their doors because of Russian hate in our community very recently. They also did a lot of film screenings, which was great, and people were reading Slavic poetry usually every Sunday. And I found this venue to be fantastic, and I could ask in Polish for what I wanted, and they would give me what I wanted, even though it wasn't on the menu. And so that did feel great. The fact that they don't exist anymore, and they even tried to call themselves the House, which is funny in a different way, it does indicate that they are absolutely at risk of erasure. And yeah, I mean, I would also like for them to include all like Eastern European immigrants. Ukrainian is great, but you know, my Moldovan friend hangs out there every once in a while as well. So it's important, definitely.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it a lot.
Any other thoughts?
Okay, well, we have 2 minutes left, but just one thing, point of clarification in terms of ticket sales. That is allowed, so applicants can always have application events that require a ticket purchase. I just wanted to make that clarification, but certainly there can be a accessibility component with a ticket price, and that is worth noting. So I just wanted to acknowledge that, Q, and also just let the audience watching know that it's not a requirement within our programs to have a free events.
Go ahead.
Can I ask so with that clarification, is there a requirement that maybe I missed, that there is a max amount? No, okay.
There's not a maximum amount. I think the only stipulation that we have is that we don't allow fundraisers. So events that are specifically geared to raise money beyond the value of the services provided would be an ineligible activity. And if that is something that someone included in their application, again, it would go along with my other comment from earlier in the day that if they're presenting something in their application as an activity that's not eligible at contract time, if they're awarded funds, we would work with the applicant to revise their activity to include an event that would be an eligible activity. And that's time. Let's go ahead and finalize scores for Austin Russian Theater Company and move on to SoCo Women's Chorus. Dr. Reedy, you are the primary, and Q, you are the secondary, but definitely take your time finalizing scores and pulling up those applications. And I will do the same. All right, whenever you're ready to begin, I will start the timer.
Right. SoCo Women's Chorus is a all women's choir from diverse backgrounds. With this application for me, I did a lot of going back and forth between the documents and the website. And the reason for that was because the documents and the application did talk a lot about being a safe space for BIPOC and individuals within the LGBTQI community. However, on the website, it felt like it was just kind of thrown into the information. And then there was a point in the application where it also said that the mission was not always rooted in serving that population. And so as I was going through the application, some of the things that did stand out to me were that this is a space where it is inclusive. However, again, just the concern of whether the mission was rooted in that. And so it actually stated that it was not. And although the founders of the organization do reflect the leadership, do reflect what it's saying that the mission is, it was not started as that. And so they are seeking funding to do concerts, 4 to 5 free public performances, two bigger concerts where they sell tickets, and the Harvest Fest. One thing I did enjoy about this grant was their accountability model for leadership. It is very inclusive. It involves not just one person making the decision for the chair. One of the questions that I did have were that it says everyone is welcome, but then there are auditions. And so one of the things that came up for me as I was reading is, if there's auditions, who gets to decide who gets in and who does not get in? The disability section was well written, well thought out. Overall, I feel like the whole grant actually was well written, detailed, very oriented. And some of the things though, however, within the actual budget was regarding the admin support. And so the description lists a lot of things that they want to do, but then the admin support was very high compared to, and based on having a lot of different performances. So the funding going towards the actual performances seemed kind of lower. And where those admin individuals came into the budget piece was not clear in the description for me, and why that amount was reflective of that. And so, and the other thing I enjoyed was the history narrative. They were clear about the work that has been done, the specific numbers, and being able to name those specific events that occurred.
Mhm.
Good thoughts? Go ahead, Q.
So I agree with a lot of what Dr. Revie was saying. I also find that this is a great application. The proposal is very strong, very well written, and provide me a very clear details. They answer the questions very well. I'm not sure that I'm excited, to see more BIPOC folks included in LGBTQ representation. I think that's something that is really kind of been lacking. So I do commend them on that. I do not felt that they have like a strong history of that as shown in their documentation. However, I think one of the things that I was really considering and want to ask other panelists is their founding father and see that their founding directors or their founders have kind of direct, experience in the LGBTQ community, which is a institutionally marginalized community, as well as that is in kind of their I guess in their statement. I want to hear your take on, like, do you feel that it's truly reflected, their focus on LGBTQ members in their documentation and programmings? That is something that I kind of on the fence about. And other than that, I felt like they this is another very strong applicant.
And I'll just say that again, Q, I agree. That was as I was reading it, kind of where I struggled because in the application that the individual writing the grant actually says, we did not start with this mission. It just happens to be that we are a part of the community. And so I struggle with that because of how, so I would love to hear other panelists as well, just because I'm still struggling with that.
And I third that as well. Yeah, I mean, I really do think that the point of Elevate and Thrive grants are to elevate organizations that have from its founding been in service to underserved communities or are representative of them. So yeah, and also I would like to see some, I guess, like measures of what their programming has looked like over time. Like, I mean, if I don't know, for choral music, if 50% was written by queer voices, another 60% was Tejano, like, great. But I would like to have some specifics as well.
I think that's a really excellent point, Anna, that would have helped me make that determination as well.
Metrics. Go ahead.
So do we base this on the reflection of the leadership, or do we base it on what they are saying is being done? Because of, I guess that's why I'm still I'm still struggling with how to select the one on that question, because of the idea that it was stated that the original mission was not this, but it has become this. However, the founders are within the community, so they are reflective of the people they are currently serving.
I think that acting in service as a nonprofit organization is super important. And I think that's more important than your person doing what you believe in. And so I think acting in service to key constituencies should be prioritized over a representative group, unless that representative group in leadership, I guess, is more subject to erasure than those that benefit directly from programming. But that's my opinion, definitely.
We have 2 minutes. This is a really important distinction y'all are drawing about quote unquote recipients or audience partners or consumers. There's lots of different ways people talk about it versus leadership. And what a helpful way to consider it is to think about outcomes, like what are the goals and what advances that equity goal or that perspective that, yeah, what advances this in the mission or the goal. And if you, in your analysis, determine that having strong model leadership or that leadership that, now I'm tripping over my words, but leadership that is subject to potentially erasure or displacement, their lived experience and the energy that drives that work will result in something. I think, again, it goes back to your point about metrics, like seeing numbers and representation as well as outcomes, like the feedback people have given. That will really be the resource. But yeah, it's kind of important to always be thinking about outcomes and not only in addition to process, but not only.
Yeah, I mean, I just really think that looking at the effectiveness, so I know one of the other grants, they hired someone that was basically doing the good work and repairing a very sour past. And that person not only is BIPOC, but also has a history of success of affirmative action. And so I think I don't know, I think that is more important than a 90% passive board happens to be minorities. That isn't as effective as someone that actually is successful in their effort.
Thank you, Anna.
That's
I have to
time.
call it. We're at
That
time.
is time, and that speaks to the outcomes question. Like, what are the outcomes? Absolutely.
Nice.
I don't think we can continue on this, but do add it, and we have to be honorable to all the panelists. I mean, all the applicants, but do add it to your any notes to your submittable, and update your scores accordingly.
Yeah, and I just one other area of clarification just for the audience, that we do not ask applicant or the panelists to compare applications to each other, that they are comparing the scoring rubric to the responses provided by each application. So I just want to throw that clarification out there. It is obviously we're all human beings and we're seeing similarities or connection to other grant applications, but that is not in any way a scoring component or reflection. So I just want to make sure to throw that point out there before, as we move into finalizing the scores for SoCo Women's Chorus, and also moving into the next application that we're going to review, which is La Fenice, which is primary reviewer will be Michael, and the secondary reviewer is Dr. Reevy. So my timer is all set up and ready to go. So Michael, whenever you're ready to begin, I'll start the timer when you begin speaking.
La Fenice is a physical theater company focused in the Commedia dell'arte tradition, applying for $150,000 to support a range of artistic and educational programming next year. In their key constituencies section, they talked directly about their focus on LGBTQIA individuals, as alongside slightly less emphasis on immigrant communities. It felt to me that their mission was centered on communities experiencing marginalization, but not necessarily those communities that are at immediate risk for cultural displacement or erasure. In their history of service, La Fenice talked about the really laudable ways they have tried to redirect funds as reparations to those communities experiencing cultural erasure and displacement. But as far as I could tell, the organization's not actively centering those groups in their work, either in its generation or in its performance. The cultural leadership of the organization is entirely BIPOC, and their creative partnership with Proyecto Teatro cemented for me that their organization is now rooted in the lived experiences of these key constituency groups for Elevate and Thrive, which was really helpful. And all of their cultural activities were focused on communities facing marginalization, but not necessarily cultural displacement and erasure. The response in the intersectionality section suggested to me that there may be a difference in how La Fenice is interpreting intersectionality versus how the city is interpreting that term. And so I would have liked to see maybe a deeper analysis of what the city was talking about versus what they brought forth in their application. And I thought that their entry in the language accessibility section was a little bit nebulous right now. They were talking about a partnership with Proyecto Teatro, but not really giving a lot of details about how language accessibility services might be provided by trained professionals. And the marketing plan similarly lacked some detail about how they plan to reach the city's priority key constituencies or audience members with disabilities or those who don't speak English. So perhaps a greater emphasis on how language accessibility can play into their programming decisions would help them in future applications. They offer a plan for elevating their training program and funding different cultural opportunities. The application on the whole provides a lot of details about the work they have done since 2020 to make their organization more equitable and focused on marginalized communities. So overall, I thought it was a really solid and interesting application that's worth consideration.
I would agree with everything that was said. The only additional feedback that I would have is the budget seemed somewhat vague to me, and it's more specifically within the marketing and accessibility. Based on the description, it had an amount, but then it was very limited in the it was on the budget, but it was very limited in the description of the budget and above the budget. And so just more detailed information in those areas.
Yeah, all of my comments just echo, and I'm requesting more specificity.
Q?
I wanted to ask other panelists about kind of when I was reading the last questions, you know, this is an organization that have kind of already an international reputation. So I kind of already felt that they are already like a cultural institution. So I kind of wonder how you approach this. So what do you feel about that? And I echo what everyone was saying as well. So I have nothing to add on that point besides like what other people were saying, more details, specificity.
Well, I'll give you our definition of cultural institution, which may be helpful. And then, of course, if any of the panelists wants to also provide a direct response, they're welcome to as well. So cultural institution, and this comes from our additional program details document, which is also provided for all applicants prior to applying. It's available on our website. Cultural funding programs define cultural institution as a nonprofit organization whose primary mission is to present and produce arts and cultural activities, has a high degree of financial stability, has a well-established relationship-oriented contributions, and is seen as an indispensable part of a community. It's important to note that an organization can be indispensable part of the community, but has not received the historical financial support needed support necessary to achieve cultural institution status as defined here. A cultural institution will also have reliable and consistent access to multiple types of these hallmark attributes, but the list I'm going to give is not, it does not include everything that a cultural institution might have in this definition. So they have multiple paid full-time staff, including dedicated development and marketing staff, often with access to employment benefits such as health insurance or paid leave, an endowment and or cash reserves, a diversity of operating support grants, consistent corporate sponsorship and private donations, steady earned income representing a significant percentage of the annual budget, a permanent location in the form of owned property or long-term, like 10+ years, rent-controlled lease, a diversity of capital campaign or physical infrastructure funds, like through grants, government contracts, individual and corporate, or fee-based membership to industry networks such as Americans for the Arts. And so that's just some of the lists. And so you may find that there are some applicants who have some of these things, but not necessarily all. And so to consider that maybe they have one or two of these things, that doesn't necessarily in our definition mean that they would be considered a cultural institution just because they have one or two of those things. So hopefully that helps clarify that question.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think because as panelists, we can't see there are parts of the application we cannot see, such as, I think their financial profile. So that was kind of that's the reason why I was kind of like, oh, I wonder how I can approach this. Because in terms of their programming and stuff, like they're very well known. I'm not sure about, like other parts of the organization, like what you mentioned.
I guess Q, if it's helpful to have a little bit more context, just looking at their tax forms, their 990, which is publicly available from 2023, their total revenue last year was $20,771. 14,000 or 16,000 of which came from contributions and around 4,400 from earned revenue. So it may have an international reputation artistically, but financially it's operating at a pretty small scale.
Thank you, Michael. That's exactly what I'm looking for. I should be looking for that because it wasn't like, do they have a site, a theater or something like that? I appreciate that. That is great.
Okay. 2 minutes. Any last feedback before you finalize scores? We're getting to the end, my people. Just 4 more.
All right, go ahead and finalize your scores. And we'll move on to Epistrophe Arts. Anna is the primary and Michael is the secondary. The timer is all ready to go, so whenever you begin speaking, I'll start the timer.
Okay. I think that Epistrophe Arts is making great music and doing some cool things around the city. I do not think that they were very mindful in applying for this grant. Neither Thrive nor Elevate are aligned with them. And so being careful not to go on a slam campaign just because there's a deep misalignment. I don't believe that children that go to public schools, low-income individuals in general, and the elderly are vulnerable populations subject to erasure. That I mean, they are underserved in some cases, but I don't see the value of that. They do talk about their performances at Texas School for the Blind, which is great later on, but it's unclear what effect their music performances are doing for the community. And so some testimonials may have been more helpful to see where their effectiveness is. And then their proposed event, I couldn't really grant a high score. So I guess their proposal is to have some musicians who play a certain style of jazz, which is historically a Black style of music, to come from Colombia to perform with them in Austin. That's I feel like that's not serving Austin other than promoting their own music. So it was just really hard to connect the dots here. I wasn't seeing.
Let's hold for just a second because it looks like we lost Q. So let me pause
Okay.
the timer
Totally.
and we'll pause the recording and we'll wait for and keep going. Go ahead.
Yeah, so within the leadership, I tried to find alignment of the group to groups facing erasure, displacement, or have been institutionally marginalized. And they omitted any mention of key constituencies, except of a comment in reference to volunteers, which didn't have any details. So I feel like this is for their Colombian jazz, which sounds cool, event, but it isn't about making this 20-something-year-old organization richer or increase its spread. They didn't touch on really much expanded disability services, but it is cool that they have some printed material in Braille. But I felt upset by the phrasing disability etiquette and awareness. It wasn't really clear what they meant by that, and it shows that there's possibly a lack of alignment or integrity there. I think it's great they found an interpreter for their Colombian musicians. But I felt that this was not a well thought out application. They also pasted the same response, I think for sections 8 and 10. And I would have wanted to see more details for their budget, or details of the accessibility services that they propose. But yeah, I really didn't see a lot. But yeah, I mean, I hope you keep jamming. And I just I urge them to consider the, I guess, the spirit of the grant before applying.
I don't know that I totally agree with everything that Anna said, and maybe it's due to the fact that the application is a little bit scattered. And so I did feel like I was making an effort to read between the lines of some of what they were saying and really sit with who are the demographics of the artists, who are the demographics of the audiences, what am I seeing in the work samples that might speak to the alignment of intentionality between Elevate and Thrive and what this organization is doing. I do think that in the I can't say these words today, the key constituencies section, they do make the argument pretty clearly that they're trying to serve a broad swath of the Austin community and are not intentionally focused on serving people who are at risk of cultural erasure and displacement. I did feel like on the whole, they are working with artists who are based in Austin and occasionally inviting artists from other countries, including Colombians. But that for the most part, they say, I think I was just trying to figure this out, in the public activities section, they say that the majority of artists in our series identify as BIPOC. We hire local DJs, a wide range of celebrated artists from around the US and Latin America, representing various marginalized identities. So I think I was perhaps being generous and extending the representation that's present in their artistry to some of the key constituencies that they are serving through their cultural activities. But I think it definitely could have been more focused to what the Elevate and Thrive grants were directed to do. And I totally agree with your note about being thoughtful and intentional with the application and not just repeating information in multiple sections verbatim. That is clearly an error, a significant error. Let's see. I was excited by the organizational mission and the greater possibilities of international cultural exchange. I think, again, I was seeing a slight misunderstanding around intersectionality and like what we're talking about in terms of marginalization versus people who happen to be doing a lot of different artistic things with their work. But I thought overall it was a solid application.
Okay. Thanks. Any other thoughts? Q or Dr. Levy?
I think I agree with, Michael was saying too, regarding extending some grace to an organization. I think sometimes they might not be using the exact language that we're looking for. And this is why sometimes, some organizations have really good application. So because they have professional grant writers, I do see that their mission or programming are inspired by, African-American music and the African-American experience. Having that said, I feel like if we feel like they didn't adequately make their point, because I do think that they want to serve a broad population, then, the scoring can reflect it for that particular question. But regardless, I think that's I do like the programming that they provide. So.
Okay, great. You want to chew on it? Lenny, last thoughts? Dr. Reevy, anything? No, you said no. Okay.
Okay, go ahead and finalize your scores. Okay, we're in the home stretch here. 3 more to go. The next one is Home Street Music. Anna is the primary and Q is the secondary. Anna, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Okay. Home Street Music is incredible. I saw effectiveness in their history, service at different levels, and with participant and that were all key constituents. Engagement basically turned into paid opportunities for the unhoused communities to get paid to be within music, and that's incredible. They had testimonials that I thought were really, really effective. And they seem very mindful. They're not trying for an enormous reach. They are keeping it local and kind of keeping the Austin spirit alive. I think this was one of my favorite ones of all of them. I think that they could have spoken a little bit more about the leadership, I guess, identity, but they seem to have enough commitment to service and internationally even, and awareness of sensitivity. And then I loved their commitment to, I guess, like not trigger PTSD in some of the unhoused participants by making sure that the lights aren't flickering and they're at a reasonable level, and talking to the right organizations. I really feel like they leaned into the community facilitators and to support a community that is very much likely to be subject to erasure as well as extinguishment, in that specifically the unhoused population. They got it. They also, I think they've done more than a few grants before. And so I found it hard to score them difficultly, and try to be like nitpicky. Their marketing was right on, their budget was thorough, and they also have plans for getting bigger, being more effective, and they know how they'll measure it. And so yeah, I mean, this was a pleasure, and I really see their deep commitment to socially impactful and enjoyable cross-pollinating musical entertainment.
So for me, when I read the, I think this is another thing where I would really like to ask, because I think the unhoused population is very diverse. And do we consider the unhoused population, and also each city, you know, like each location has very specific unhoused population as well. So I would like to again pose this question to panelists of how do you feel about whether or not, because it's not specifically stated in the definition, whether or not the unhoused population is among those who are at immediate risk of cultural erasure and or institutionally marginalized. So that's one of the biggest things that I was considering or struggle with when I was going through the applications. I look a little bit more into their board of directors or what the information was available. I don't think that that's reflected the key constitution, the at-risk, you know, constituencies. And again, I kind of felt like there, I need some more specific details about the accessibilities that services that they are providing. I do like that they have robust marketing and language accessibility. Yeah, it's mainly, I kind of felt like when I was going through the application, I also felt that the there's a lot of payment to admin support and other things, and I would like to, I think, see more, you know, like payment to artists, especially because the focus here is to provide, you know, like unhoused artists and musicians with income and performance opportunities. So I would just like to see some more details about that and the impact. But the biggest thing for me is, and I want to open it up to other panelists to weigh in, is the initial question about their key constituency.
Thank you. Others?
I don't have a direct response. For me, it's kind of how I did earlier, knowing that within that population, there are people who fall under that. So for me, that's how I answered that question. And then I just want to follow up with, from the other piece that I would like to have seen is for there to have been individuals within leadership who have lived experience. And so seeing that within the leadership was something that I felt is lacking, while there does appear to be an understanding of working with individuals in the unhoused, across the board, having more individuals who are also being incorporated into making some of the decisions on programming and those type of things.
I do want to comment on something from Austin Echo, which is an unhoused organization from Austin. They have a couple articles about white privilege within the homeless population. And I guess Black and brown unhoused people tend to be disproportionately unable to get shelter, and they stay homeless longer. And I mean, also, if you look at it, I also think that the mental illness population is just underserved by the lack of mental health services available in Texas compared to other states. And so, yeah, I mean, I think that there's a lot of activism happening in this space recently. And I happen to be a participant of the Rest Fest, and I think they are absolutely I guess overlooked even by the people that are working for elevating underserved populations.
Mhm. Michael, any thoughts?
I guess just to respond to Q's question, I do think that because of the intersectional nature of oppression, more people who are unhoused are tend to be from communities who have experienced forms of marginalization. And so for me, also because of the city's guidelines around displacement, I think that there's perhaps no community that's more vulnerable to displacement than people who don't have homes to live in. So for me, I felt like the key constituencies there met the qualification for cultural erasure and displacement.
I also want to clarify, and Michael, so you also feel that the documentation does shows that they really serve these, because I definitely understand that the unhoused population has, historically like more like BIPOC folks, folks who veterans, people who are experiencing, mental illness. I think my key question is whether or not the documentation for the particular organization really show that to you. Because I see some instances, but I wonder if it really illustrate like a strong, like this is kind of their mission and their focus.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry, Q. I misunderstood your question.
Mm.
I did feel like that was present in the paperwork, and now I'm trying to look for maybe it's because of their partnership with Community First Village, which is an organization that I'm very familiar with and their work with homelessness. And so to me, that felt like a clear sign that is a key part of their work.
Yeah, I also agree. So as of this year in Travis County, 1 in 3 people experiencing homelessness is Black, compared to a less than 1 in 10 in that population for Caucasian people.
And this also has a lot to do with the erasure and displacement of Black people from Austin as to why they're houseless at the moment. But okay, we are out of
Great
time.
time.
Sorry to cut off this rich conversation, but I hope that responded to some of your questions, Q. I know you're coming at a disadvantage not knowing the Austin landscape but firsthand, but I hope that addressed some of your concerns, and please finalize your scores and comments. Well, you have time to finish your comments, but scores.
And while you're wrapping those up, you can prepare for the next application as well. That will be Mass Gallery. Okay, the primary for Mass Gallery is Anna and the secondary is Q. Whenever you're ready, let me get my timer pulled up. You may begin.
I'm just trying to have my notes pulled up. I have too many great applications open. Okay. Okay, so the Mass Gallery, I think, has a solid commitment to elevating artists and local organizations related to the arts within our community. And they seem to be doing a pretty good job naming very many of the other applications to this grant. And I mean, they provide free meeting space to transgender feminisms, and they also have gallery space, art shows, exhibition space rentals, and lots and lots and lots of collaborations as a dynamic art community space. I think that these this petition to get funding is to further legitimize some funding that is working for BIPOC queer artists. And yeah, I mean, it seems like a really, really fantastic place. They are they represent their constituents. I think it's quite young college students who are gay, Chicana, and they love event planning. And I think it's, I tried to score things in a way that didn't expect 40 years of DEI training and experience, but as two friends committed to their communities, having fun and trying to do the best job they can with a sense of service and integrity. And so I think that getting some specifics from them about like how do they measure community and social connectiveness? What type of metrics of opportunity are they looking for over time? And I think that giving them a chance and to actually demonstrate that and to start learning how to look for the metrics would be really helpful. They're committed to having Spanish represented, which is great. And let's see. Yeah, I wasn't sure exactly how to comment on the clean air filters, which is not something that I was aware of in this year for compromised individuals. But I think that they give a ton of money to artists and they elevate that in their grant. I'd like to see like more numbers, more time, more history, but I think that they do fit the grant. And I think we can see what comes from next.
I think this is a very strong application. I love the mission, the history of service, clearly shown in the documentation. This is easy. I could really clearly see who they are, what they're about, and who they serve. I think one of the things that notes I have for improvement in future grant application is again, their accessibility accommodations. I kind of feel like the accommodation with the convenient spot to eat and things like that are a great draw to the what they offer. I'm not sure those are actual accommodation for folks with physical you know, like or intellectual disabilities to be able to attend the event. And again, these are I think so that's my note. And then also in terms of the language accessibility, there are expanded access, but I'm not sure they clearly state that they will be utilizing interpreter or translations. I guess I felt like they want to integrate this in their or discuss this at that team retreat. So they talk a lot about marketing manager to coordinate with translators. So again, I'm not sure there is an actual plan of how to implement and who they are working with to provide this. And same thing with their marketing. I also felt like it could be more robust. So these are just, you know, some notes for future proposal. However, I do feel that this is a very strong application. I really would love for them to attain like cultural leadership status as an organization.
Hey, any other feedback?
I was really hoping to see a bit more clarity on the public activity description section. But I do agree with what everyone else has been saying about the overall strength of the application and the focus of it. Its alignment with the values of Elevate and Thrive. I just, in that particular section, found myself wondering what exactly is going on at some of the workshops and events that they're describing.
I agree. I think, Michael, I guess like I'm coming from the visual arts background, so I think it was easy for me to like, this is what they're talking about. So for me, I didn't need that detail. But I do agree that to someone who might not be, you know, like steep in that world, it can appear as if they don't really do offer that. And I try to go on their website and look at all of their brochures, and it does provide a little more context about what's actually happening at these events.
So I think for me, one of the things that was interesting was with the accessibility category, I looked at some of the ones that they did describe, and I thought from a different lens of why I would consider some of those accessible. And so I actually scored that one higher because they were things that I felt like, oh, okay, maybe this is why they're doing that. And so thinking through like the sober beverage options or the cafe on the ground, knowing that like if someone experiences potentially social anxiety and having that there instead of having to go out and get food somewhere else. And so I kind of looked at that section from a different perspective on why they may be considered some of those accessibility accommodations.
Excellent. I think that this putting a point on clean air and having air filters and things is increasingly in the conversation of disability justice work and creating more accessible environments, especially as long COVID is really affecting people more broadly than we realize, and people who are already suffering with immunocompromised conditions. So yeah, just to give some background
Thank
to
you.
why.
Okay, let's go ahead. Oh, more comments?
I just wanted to add one last thing. Well, this is a point of clarification because this is one and there was another one. The amount, were they supposed to use the max amount for the budget?
We, in the program guidelines, it asks for them to request the full amount, mostly for their own benefit, because if they end up being awarded, then if they ask for the max amount, but maybe don't score the highest score, then we can give them the next highest amount. But it's okay. It's not a something that necessarily is a scoring penalty if they don't ask for the full amount. That's available.
Well, and the reason I asked is because that is one thing I wanted to point out with this one, so I had to go back and look, is that there were some things within the budget, like there was one part where it has 0, but then the description had an amount on it. And so I would
I
also
see.
suggest so some feedback is being like looking clearly at the budget and what you have written versus what is in the description, because those do not align on this one.
Yeah, so one thing that some applicants may have done, and looking at this one, I'm not sure if that is exactly how they interpreted this, but an applicant could put in, oh, there's a timer. They could put in their request amount, and then that column is just for the request amount. And then if they had anything over the request amount, additional dollars that they were going to bring in from some other source, they could describe that. But I don't think in this example that they necessarily described, oh, well, I guess they do. So they do say that that money is coming from another source. So just something as you're going back and thinking about other applications, if you did see that, or if you notice that the grand total didn't total the award amount, that is an error in the submittable system, where if someone uses a $ when entering those numbers, it doesn't calculate it because it reads it as a word rather than as a numeric value. So those are just some of the fiddlier things here. I'm going to go ahead and move on to our last application, Laboratorio Arts. Q is on deck as primary, and Dr. Reeby, you are secondary. Let me make sure the timer is up and running. Okay, we're ready to go. So Q, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
So this is not a very strong application, which is great. Makes my job easier. I really felt that their responses are on point. I see in their programmings and their documentations, you know, like the key constituencies that they serve. So for me, I feel like they did knock pretty much like everything out of the park. I think anything would be a little nitpicky. It's just that marketing could be more details and a bit stronger. I don't, you know what, I'm not gonna pick. I want to hear from other panelists. I think this is a very strong application. Great job.
All right, give me 1 second. I'm just looking to see if I had anything that Q didn't say. So feedback for me would be based on the description of the project, providing sensory accommodations within within their accommodations. And again, I know, as we said earlier, it's not necessary. And then providing language services for those besides Spanish speaking. And then for the marketing, I struggled a little bit because while it was descriptive, it was not clear to me on how it was specific, like to the key constituents in terms of connecting with them directly. So those are my thoughts. Oh, and sorry, the capacity building narrative does not fully align with the capacity building budget narrative, does not fully align with the narrative description. And so there was a discrepancy for me in understanding and connecting the narrative description and the budget and how it was described.
Okay. Important.
The only thing that hasn't been said, I mean, I I have notes on my computer about the way I first wrote it, and it says La Laboratorio is nailing it with a bunch of exclamation points. But my main notes say I would like to have seen more quantification of how they like measure their service to their constituents. And like how do they know they're being super effective and growing as a cultural institution? And how are they received by the public? So more specifics and measures of such.
I
Okay,
don't have any notes. Everything's looks great.
super. Thanks, y'all. Finalize your scores.
Mhm. I want you to do that. We're done. Although we are gonna do a debrief immediately following this. So once you finalize your scores, if you will just log out of this session and then use the same link and log back in, we'll do a quick little